868, 868. Chapter 868. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Asterisk asterisk. In the corpse realm, lightning still flashed, and the stench of decay was as strong as ever. As the master of the world, Lin Moyu only needed a thought to reach any corner of the world. The corpse realm was just an independent space attached to the world, not even considered a fragment world. Looking at the valley not far ahead, memories flashed through his mind. It was here that he first encountered a life-and-death crisis. It was also the first time he witnessed the faith of the human race. The strong will of the human race's warriors, even after death, had not been eroded by time. The warriors of the human race used their will to protect him. From that moment on, Lin Moyu made a decision. Not only to protect the human race, but also to make the human race stronger. He did it. Now, he had come to the corpse realm to complete another task. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. In the pitch-black valley, surrounded by several high mountains, many powerful beings had turned into corpses. As Lin Moyu walked into the valley, powerful beings in the mountains began to revive, exuding a terrifying aura. One by one, black shadows rushed towards Lin Moyu, the stench of decay assaulting his nostrils. These once formidable beings were now pitifully weak in Lin Moyu's eyes. With a slight movement of his will, a white light appeared on the black shadows, immobilizing them. Stellar-level spell, Bone Prison. He didn't use spell linkage, just the Bone Prison alone to trap them. With Lin Moyu's current strength, these beings, not even at the god level, could be trapped for a very long time. As long as Lin Moyu didn't release them, they would never escape. More black shadows rushed over, stronger than before. The whole process was exactly the same as when Lin Moyu last came here. No matter how many came, they would be trapped in place, unable to move. Until no more black shadows came, the four surrounding mountains no longer had any corpses. Lin Moyu could sense the breath of life from these corpses. It was the breath of life from their souls. Their bodies were dead, but their souls were not completely dead. With a light touch of his finger, strands of the undead law flew out, landing on the non-human corpses. The corpses quickly began to decay. This time they had no chance of revival, truly dead. Perhaps true death was a relief for them. Next were the human warriors. Among them was a god-level warrior and several below god level. The undead law flew out again, this time showing its life-giving side. A trace of vitality in their souls was activated by the law, showing vigorous life under its nourishment. The souls were reborn, and the last bit of vitality became the source of life. Through the law, Lin Moyu felt that their souls were entangled by some law. It was this law that kept their souls from dying, trapping them here forever, while their bodies decayed, making life worse than death. That forbidden technique from back then was very evil, making it impossible for them to die peacefully. The undead law was strong, not only triggering powerful vitality, but also dispelling the law that trapped their souls. The powerful vitality spread from the soul to the body. The souls began to recover from remnants, gradually becoming stronger. The bodies also began to recover, the decayed skin falling off, new flesh growing. The breath of life became stronger and stronger, everything developing positively. Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. He found that the newly reborn bodies were showing signs of decay again. It wasn't because of the forbidden technique, but because of time. He realized he had overlooked something, time. These people were from hundreds of years ago. With their level of strength, it was impossible for them to live until now. Because of the forbidden technique, they existed in a special way, but they should have died long ago. If left undisturbed, they could continue to exist for a long time. The remnants of their souls would remain trapped until they completely disintegrated. But now, Lin Moyu had dispelled the forbidden technique, allowing their souls and bodies to recover. Similarly, time also played its role. The time that had passed now had to be repaid. Lin Moyu sighed softly. If he could control the time law and reverse time, he might be able to save them. But now he was powerless.
Thinking too well.
Life is full of helplessness, and Lin Moyu was not omnipotent. In this situation, he was willing but unable. Suddenly, their souls trembled, sending a thought.
Kill me. Kill me. Kill me.
The thought was very clear and intense. They were asking him to kill them. Lin Moyu fully understood their meaning and sighed deeply.
I understand.
They wanted to be freed, not wanting to live like this any longer. Not even for a second. Lin Moyu couldn't save them now. The only thing he could do was to free them. The undead law instantly transformed from life to death. Their bodies completely decayed. Only their souls remained. Reaching out, he summoned their souls.
Is there anything else you want to say? Thank you.
The soul sent a thought, expressing gratitude to Lin Moyu. Death was not painful for them but a relief. The soul dissipated in Lin Muyu's hand, completely dead. Next, Lin Moyu received the same answer from others. No one wanted to live in this way. They all wanted to die to be freed. It started to rain in the corpse realm. It had always been raining in the corpse realm, but this time it was different. This time, the rain was filled with the breath of death. Countless corpses collapsed and died in the rain. The undead law cleansed the corpse realm, removing the filth and the effects of the forbidden technique. Lin Moyu was very helpless. He couldn't save the people inside, only free them. Time is merciless. Without achieving immortality, everyone has a day to die. Even if one could live for 10,000 years, that day would still come. Countless strong beings in the great world strive for the illusory immortality. The undead law completely cleansed the entire corpse realm, then transformed into vitality, beginning to nurture new life. The sky, gloomy for hundreds of years, brightened again. The valley was no longer dark. Light shone in from outside, even bringing some warmth. Lin Moyu watched as a small grass broke through the soil, beginning its weak and short life. Arriving at the center of the valley, there was a teleportation array that could lead to the underground palace of the royal palace. The Dongfang family had guarded the corpse realm for many years, never leaving. Lin Moyu did not activate the teleportation array but directly appeared in the royal palace, in front of Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi was busy with official duties and didn't notice Lin Muyu's arrival.
Lord Dongfang.
Lin Moyu called softly, startling Dongfang Yi, almost making him drop his pen. Seeing it was Lin Moyu, he regained his composure and laughed dryly.
General Lin, why are you here?
Lin Moyu found it amusing that Dongfang Yi, as a dignified ruler, was so timid. Moreover, Lin Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing what was going on.
So it's Princess.
The person in front of him was not Dongfang Yi but Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao wore a special mask that made her look like Dongfang Yi. Wearing Dongfang Yi's clothes, it was impossible for ordinary people to tell the difference. But it was far from enough to fool Lin Moyu. 869, 869. Chapter 869, Unmatched Troublemaking Skills. Princess Dongfang Yao was recognized and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly changed her clothes and returned to her original appearance before coming back to Lin Muyu's side. Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
The ruler of the Dongfang kingdom has chosen you as his successor, right?
Dongfang Yao nodded.
My father asked me to start getting involved in state affairs, but to avoid gossip, I disguised myself as him. Understandable.
Lin Moyu nodded. Standing in front of Lin Moyu, Dongfang Yao felt inexplicably nervous. Given Lin Muyu's status, Dongfang Yao as a princess was insignificant. Not to mention her, even Dongfang Yi was not significant enough. Lin Moyu was now the uncrowned king of the human world, holding the highest position. Even the lofty Emperor Di was not as esteemed as Lin Moyu. Dongfang Yao didn't dare to blame Lin Moyu for his sudden arrival. Instead, she accompanied him with a smile and cautiously asked,
General Lin, would you like to sit here for a while? I'll go get my father.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
I'm here to see you. Come with me to the apothecary god's hall.
Dongfang Yao was initially stunned, realizing that Lin Moyu had come specifically for her. Dongfang Yao's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp, her beautiful face turning red.
General Lin, do you mean you have a way to save my mother?
Lin Moyu nodded.
I should be able to. Thank you, General Lin.
Dong Fong Yao trembled with excitement, her voice shaking. Saving her mother had always been her greatest wish, and now it seemed that wish could finally come true. Dong Fong Yao excitedly said,
I'll go tell my father the good news. Tell him later.
Lin Muyu waved his hand, and he and Dong Fong Yao disappeared without a trace. In this world, Lin Muyu had supreme authority. He took Dong Fong Yao and instantly teleported to the apothecary god's hall. The hall was filled with the fragrance of herbs, invigorating anyone who smelled it. There were no guards in the hall, and no one in the human race dared to trouble the apothecary god. The two walked straight into the inner hall of the apothecary god's hall. There, they saw some apprentices. Seeing Lin Muyu and Dong Fong Yao, the apprentices put down their tasks, showing excitement. Lin Muyu was now an idol for the entire human race, and almost everyone recognized him.
General Lin! Heavens, General Lin is actually here. Why would General Lin come here, and with Princess Yao? Could it be?
Ignoring the murmurs around them, Dong Fong Yao led Lin Muyu to where her mother was sealed. Lin Muyu checked briefly and saw that Dong Fong Yao's mother was in a stable condition. Although the apothecary god couldn't neutralize the corpse poison, he had slowed its spread significantly. Even after more than 10 years, the poison was still in the body and hadn't invaded the soul. Even if it had invaded the soul, Lin Muyu could still save her, as long as it hadn't been hundreds or thousands of years. He released a wisp of the undead law, which carried vibrant life force and quickly dispelled the corpse poison's law. The wounds caused by the corpse poison healed at a visible speed. Dong Fong Yao was once again shocked. Could it be this simple? But the wounds had disappeared, leaving her no choice but to believe it. Lin Muyu said softly,
You can handle the rest yourselves. I'm leaving.
By the time Dong Fong Yao heard Lin Muyu's words, he had already disappeared. Dong Fong Yao didn't even have time to thank him. Lin Muyu had no interest in watching their mother-daughter reunion. He entered the ancient battlefield, where he couldn't teleport at will. The ancient battlefield was independent of the world and had its own rules. Even as the world's master, Lin Muyu had to follow the rules. Fortunately, with the dragon scale given by Antares, traveling was still convenient.
Olden, I'm planning to resurrect some gods.
Lin Muyu said to Antares. Antares squinted.
Do you know what will happen when the gods are resurrected?
Lin Muyu had considered this. The resurrection of the gods would inevitably impact this world. Originally, the human race was the only power in the world. Now, there would be an additional power belonging to the gods. If the two powers clashed, it could plunge the world into chaos again. Lin Muyu had a plan.
I'll find a place for the gods to live, separate from the human race, and impose some restrictions. It shouldn't be a big problem.
Antares nodded.
Let me tell you something. I'm all ears.
Lin Muyu smiled and listened attentively. Antares organized his thoughts.
Most of the gods fell back then. Only a few survived by entering a deep sleep. The gods were naturally born from the world. To recover, they need to consume a lot of the world's power. But at that time, the world's power was already depleted. If they returned to the main world to sleep, they might absorb all the remaining power. So, most of the gods chose the ancient battlefield as their place of sleep. Although the ancient battlefield also contains the world's power, it is not easily absorbed by them. Recovering would be very difficult, and they might never have the chance to recover.
Lin Muyu asked.
Did they know this? Of course they did.
Antares' words deeply moved Lin Muyu. Knowing that recovery was difficult and even facing possible death, the gods still chose not to harm their world. The gods were the children born from the world, and their love for the world was no less than that of the human race. Lin Muyu understood why Antares was telling him this. Antares was worried that if a conflict arose between the gods and the human race in the future, Lin Muyu would be torn about which side to support. and Terry's new Lin Moyu was sentimental. Lin Moyu smiled,
Thank you. Trust me, I can handle it.
and Terry's new Lin Moyu had made up his mind.
When do you plan to leave? In 9 days.
Lin Moyu replied. He had spent 1 day in the corpse realm, leaving 9 days until his appointment with the Demon Emperor. And Terry said,
Before you leave, remember to take the God-slaying fortress. Even if you don't use it for fighting, it can serve as a means of transportation.
with Lin Muyu's current strength, he could already drive the God-slaying fortress. Even if he couldn't fully utilize its power, it would be easy to deal with some super god-level beings. As for using it as transportation, Lin Muyu was puzzled,
Why would I need transportation?
and Terry's chuckled.
You'll understand when you get out. Just take it, I won't trick you. And be careful when you go out. You've already provoked the starry sky giant tree, the insect race, the wild beast race, the shadow race. Oh, and the stone branch of the elemental dragons. You've managed to cause so much trouble without even leaving the small world. Your troublemaking skills are unmatched. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Anyway, keep a low profile when you get out. Stay with the human race for a while, understand?
The great world is not like the small world. It's much more dangerous. One careless move and you could lose your life. Lin Muyu understood this,
Don't worry, I'll be very low-key.
and Terry's rolled his eyes, finding it hard to believe Lin Muyu's promise to keep a low profile. 870. Chapter 870. Reviving the Gods, Repaying Kindness. Lin Muyu once doubted that the lower space of the ancient battlefield was the burial ground of the gods. Now it seems that was indeed the case. The surviving gods did not return to the main world after the Great War, but chose to remain in the lower space. This was their own choice, a choice made to protect the main world. Can be considered a sacrifice. But even for gods, the desire to survive is instinctual. They chose to sleep, waiting for a glimmer of hope. Perhaps that hope was faint, and even after thousands of years when they all died in their slumber, that hope might not be realized. Among the many gods, the Kunlun Great God was an exception. The Kunlun Great God couple returned to the human world to sleep. Although they absorbed the world's power, they gave back more. The Kunlun Great God provided a large number of weapons and equipment to the human race, making an immense contribution. Spreading the wings of the undead, Lin Muyu plunged into the Dragon Sea, quickly finding the Water God's palace. The Water God's palace remained unchanged, with water elements continuously flowing from the Azure Dragon Sea into the Water God's palace. The water elements were mixed with some power of laws, but not concentrated. The water elements could only sustain the palace but could not help the water god recover. For the gods to recover, the best nourishment is the world's power. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be the world's power. The water god was self-frozen in a huge ice block, graceful, elegant, and beautiful. The water god emanated a sacred aura, making one unable to have any defiling thoughts. Lin Muyu sent out a strand of the undead law into the ice block, and along with the undead law, a stream of the world's power also went out. Now that the world's power was recovering, using a little would not affect the world. The undead law carried strong vitality, with an effect similar to the life law, quickly igniting the water god's vitality. Combined with the world's power, the water god began to revive. The ice block melted, and the water god slowly landed on the ground. Accompanied by a faint moan, the water god awakened once again.
We meet again, you.
The water god's gaze suddenly changed, blooming into a dazzling smile.
Congratulations, you've actually become the master of the world.
The tone of surprise was mixed with no envy. The water god's nature was as gentle as her divine role, as soft as water. Lin Muyu said,
How do you feel now?
The water god sensed her own condition.
Very good, your law is amazing. It has repaired my divine soul. Plus this stream of the world's power has activated my divine role. I think I no longer need to continue sleeping.
With her divine soul repaired and divine role activated, The water god's injuries had basically healed, so naturally there was no need to continue sleeping. Lin Muyu's idea was correct, and his method was effective. The undead law possessed two sides, and the side representing life was no less powerful than the life law. Lin Muyu smiled.
That's good. I plan to revive the other gods too. What do you think?
The water god showed a gentle smile.
Since you are now the master of the world, shouldn't you be the one to decide such matters?
Suddenly her eyes shifted, showing a slightly mischievous smile.
Could it be that you still don't understand the significance of being the world's master?
Lin Muyu was slightly stunned. Did being the world's master have some special significance? The water god giggled.
It seems you really don't know. Let me think about whether I should tell you or not.
Lin Muyu knew the water god was joking with him.
You might as well tell me.
The water god laughed and said,
Okay. Actually, for us gods, the world's master has another meaning, our master.
With the water god's explanation, Lin Muyu understood. The gods were born from the world, and since he had become the world's master, he had also become the master of the gods. However, from the water god's manner, she did not seem angry at being subordinate to a human. Not only was the water god not upset, she even narrowed her eyes.
Who would have thought that our master would be a human, and such a young human at that?
Lin Muyu smiled.
So does this mean I can command you all now?
The water god batted her beautiful big eyes.
Of course, you are our master after all.
From her appearance, she seemed to be serious. If so, then the matter became easier to handle. Lin Muyu briefly explained his thoughts to the water god. The water god pondered.
There's no major problem. We gods can get along harmoniously with your human race. Moreover, our needs are not exactly the same, so there won't be much conflict of interest.
Lin Muyu said.
Okay, then I'll revive the other gods.
He had already decided where to arrange for the gods to live. After devouring the beast wilderness, the world had expanded greatly, gaining an additional large continent. This continent was not small, with a diameter of over 20,000 kilometers. Lin Muyu planned to have the gods live on this continent. There were not many gods, so this area would be enough for them to live. He would set up some restrictions, isolating this continent from the human world so there wouldn't be any major issues. With the plan in mind, Lin Muyu began reviving the other gods. The water god became his guide, knowing the locations where the other gods slept. With the water god leading the way, it saved Lin Muyu a lot of time. In the sky above the meteor continent there was a palace like a star. The star god was sleeping within. The star god was severely injured in the Great War and would have fallen into eternal slumber in a few hundred years. Fortunately, Lin Muyu arrived in time, using the undead law and the world's power to pull him back from the brink of death. Next, on the wind and thunder continent, he found the sleeping place of the wind god. Lin Muyu had previously obtained the key to the wind god's palace, easily opening it. In fact, with his current strength, the god's palaces could not stop him at all. While healing the wind god, Lin Muyu thought of the thunder god. Unfortunately, the thunder god was too unyielding and chose to self-destruct after losing hope. If he could have held on until now, he might have been saved. After the thunder god's self-destruction, he left behind a divine crystal of laws, as well as his divine role and position. Lin Muyu planned to try using these three things to revive the thunder god. The hope was not great, but it was not impossible either, so he could give it a try. Besides the thunder god, there was also the venom god. The venom god's corpse was still in his possession, and he also had the divine role and position, so perhaps he could also attempt a revival. According to the water god, the venom god was not friendly towards the human race and had many conflicts. But when dealing with the invading beast and insect races, the venom god never retreated and killed countless insects with its venom. One by one, the gods were revived, and Lin Muyu led them around. As the water god said, since he had become the world's master, he had also become the master of the gods. These revived gods seemed very obedient. Their memories were basically still at the point when they fought side by side with the human race. and they were extremely friendly towards the human race. Finally, they came to the top of the great vortex in the lower space. The water god said,
"This is where the soul god slept. Back then, it was at the supreme god level like me, and was one of the gods most likely to become the world's master, but unfortunately failed in the end. However, it was very powerful. Like us, after falling from its realm, it cultivated its way back up. In the end, although it didn't return to its peak, it became a great god again and killed many beasts."
The soul god specialized in soul attacks. Soul attacks were powerful existences in battles at any level. It had no palace and didn't need one. Anyone who dared approach its sleeping place would be subjected to soul attacks. 871, 871. Chapter 871. The aftermath will be smoothed over by time. Lin Moyu had once come here and retreated in the face of difficulties. This time he had no such concerns. Lin Moyu entered the great vortex, and soul attacks surged from all directions. The powerful soul attacks were all blocked by his soul world, causing no harm. Lin Moyu smoothly entered the great vortex and saw the sleeping soul god within. The soul god had fallen from the super god level during the Great War but had returned to the god level during the battle. This god, who specialized in soul attacks, indeed had extraordinary abilities. Lin Moyu used his usual method to revive him. The entire process went smoothly without any trouble. Upon awakening, the soul god looked at Lin Moyu with some confusion. Then, in a hoarse voice, he asked,
"Master of the world?"
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Let's go. Your companions are waiting for you outside."
The soul god's gaze penetrated the vortex, seeing the dozen or so gods outside. These were once his comrades in arms, his brothers and sisters. The soul god gave Lin Moyu a deep look.
"You are quite impressive."
The soul god, with his pride, did not show excessive humility. In fact, Lin Moyu did not need his humility.
"Thank you for the compliment."
Returning outside, Lin Moyu looked at the gods.
"Let's go home. Let's go home."
These words made the gods somewhat emotional. The main world was their home. Leaving home was like being a wandering child with no place to belong. Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale.
"Antares, I need your help."
This was not the human world, and Lin Moyu did not yet have the ability to send so many gods back directly. Antares' voice came from the dragon scale.
"No problem."
Hearing Antares' voice, the gods became excited again, all calling him
"Lord."
None of them called Antares by his name. They all uniformly addressed him as
"Lord."
The dragon scale shone brightly, opening a space-time tunnel to the human world. The aura of the human world continuously flowed through the space-time tunnel. The gods, in their excitement, entered the space-time tunnel. Returning to the long-lost main world, returning home, the gods shed tears one by one. Lin Moyu did not stay, returning to his world where everything was easier to handle. With a wave of his hand, he brought the gods to the divine palace at the top of Kunlun Mountain. This was the sleeping place of the Kunlun Great God and the God of Holy Sound. The Kunlun Great God sensed Lin Muyu's presence immediately and appeared. When he saw the many gods, he was stunned. The gods, with joyful smiles, looked at the dazed Kunlun Great God. They seemed to be the same as before. The Kunlun Great God finally reacted, understanding what had happened. Lin Moyu had healed the gods, so he and his wife also had hope of resurrection. The once barren land had now become a lush land after merging with the main world and being transformed by Lin Moyu. There were forests, lakes, mountains, and streams. There were areas rich in fire elements and vast grasslands with strong wind elements. This would be the continent where the gods would live in the future, named the Continent of the Gods by Lin Moyu.
"Rise."
With Lin Muyu's will, a high mountain rose from the ground.
"Thunder."
On the high mountain, thunder appeared out of nowhere. Bolts of lightning continuously struck the mountain, making the area rich in electric elements. Lin Moyu took out the thunder god's divine core, divine position, and the remaining law crystal, placing them together. Then he injected several streams of the world's power and wrapped them with the undead law, sending them into the mountain. The divine core might contain some of the thunder god's will. Perhaps in the future, with the help of his own laws and the world's power, the thunder god might have a chance to revive. To increase the thunder god's chances, Lin Moyu created an environment full of electric elements for him. It seemed a bit far-fetched, but at this point it was worth a try. Life and death, even as the master of the world, he couldn't fully control. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ning Yi and the others to enter the coffin of eternal sleep for the future. Finally, he set restrictions to protect the area, preventing other gods or creatures from entering. Then, following the same method, Lin Moyu created environments for the Venom God and the Life God. The Life God did not have a divine core, so he used the creation scepter he had. According to the Life God, as long as the life core remained, she had a chance to revive. The life core had been repaired, but whether it would work, as she said, needed time to verify. After doing all this, Lin Moyu completely isolated the continent of the gods from the human world, ensuring no conflicts would arise. The Great War seemed to have truly ended here. The aftermath would gradually be smoothed over by time. At the Divine Creation Academy, a super god's aura broke through the cave. Emperor D had finally succeeded in breaking through, becoming the second super god of the human race after Lin Moyu. His breakthrough was good news for Lin Moyu. Emperor D had no intention of leaving the world. With him guarding it, there would be no major troubles. Emperor D's breakthrough immediately attracted the attention of the strong ones in the Divine Creation Academy. The news quickly spread, and soon a large number of human strong ones gathered in front of Emperor D's cave. Meng Anwen and others were present. Emperor D, dressed in simple clothes, walked out of the cave, greeted by the loud congratulations of the crowd.
Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god. Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god. Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god.
Emperor D smiled, very happy. Breaking through to the super god level made him look decades younger. A half-step super god could normally live over 200 years, but no more than 300 years. A super god's lifespan starts at 500 years. Emperor D was already over 150 years old, not young for a half-step super god, but in his prime for a super god. Amid the congratulations, Emperor D was very happy.
No need to be so polite. I was just lucky. Senior, you are too modest.
A clear voice rang out. Lin Moyu appeared in the crowd, also congratulating Emperor D.
Congratulations, Senior, on breaking through to the super god level.
Emperor D immediately returned the salute.
I owe my breakthrough to you, young friend.
Lin Moyu smiled.
It was your hard work, not much to do with me.
Emperor D was even more polite.
I speak the truth, and the capable are teachers. You achieved the super god level before me, so I should call you Senior.
The crowd was in an uproar, realizing that Lin Moyu had already broken through to the super god level before Emperor D. Meng Anwen and the others were surprised. They knew Lin Moyu could break through to the super god level but didn't expect it to be so soon. Others were too shocked to speak. To reach the super god level before 30 was an extraordinary feat. Lin Moyu's talent was beyond ordinary people's reach. When one can't catch up, jealousy fades, leaving only admiration. After the congratulations, Lin Moyu gathered Emperor D, Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, and Yen Guangxing together.
Senior Emperor D, teacher, I am leaving.
872, 872. Chapter 872. Sleep well, wait for your husband to wake you up. Some things cannot be told to others. Lin Moyu. But some things must be told to others. Lin Moyu's imminent departure was temporarily inconvenient to tell the world. But Meng Anwen and the other three had to know. In Lin Moyu's heart, they were his family. Moreover, Lin Moyu had mentioned the coffin of eternal sleep to Meng Anwen and the other three, and they had no intention of leaving. For this, Lin Moyu respected their choice and, when he became the master of the world, bestowed a portion of the world's power upon them. In this way, they might have a chance to break through to the super god level. If things go well, they might meet again in the future. As for Emperor D, after Lin Moyu leaves, he will become the strongest in the human world. No matter what happens in the future, Emperor D will be a stabilizing force. Meng Anwen and the other three looked at Lin Moyu, speechless for a long time. Lin Moyu saw reluctance in their eyes. It was like watching their own child about to embark on a long journey. Even though Bai Yuan already had his own children, in his eyes, Lin Moyu was also his child. Bai Yuan and Yen Guangxing, these two old fellows, had tears in their eyes. Emperor disnorted.
You two are nearly 200 years old combined. Stop being so sentimental. Only by leaving this world can you reach higher places. Do you think I don't want to leave? I just don't have the ability and am afraid of dying. If you have the ability, you should also cultivate to the third stage of the super god level and leave this world.
Emperor D lectured them as if they were juniors. 70 or 80 years ago, Emperor D used to lecture them like this. Meng Anwen looked at Lin Moyu and simply said,
Be careful.
All the words were contained in these 4 characters. Returning to his manor, Ning Yi and the other 3 had not yet returned, and the manor was empty. The few servants left had also left the manor a few days ago. Lin Moyu reminisced alone, recalling all the experiences since his career change, less than 10 years ago. Felt like a bubble, yet incredibly real. Scenes flashed vividly before his eyes. Lin Moyu seemed to relive a life that belonged only to him. His aura also changed during the recollection, becoming silent again. In fact, Lin Moyu only talked more when facing Antares, Ning Yi, Meng Anwen, and others. To others, he was true to his name, silent. Until the sound of footsteps woke Lin Moyu from his memories. Ning Yi and the other 3 had returned, as if they had agreed to leave and return together. At this time, there were still 5 days before Lin Muyu's departure. Lin Moyu spent another 5 warm days. Who knows how long it will be before such days come again. 5 days later, the 4 surrounded Lin Moyu, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. Ning Yi's tears fell uncontrollably, her delicate nose twitching constantly. The other 3 were almost the same. Over the years, their feelings had grown very deep. Facing the imminent separation, they were all reluctant. Lin Moyu wiped away their tears.
No need to cry, just sleep, and when you wake up, we won't have to part.
Entering the coffin of eternal sleep, the 4 would fall into the deepest sleep until Lin Moyu woke them up again. For Ning Yi and the others, it was as simple as sleeping. Even if it was 1,000 years, it would be just a snap of the fingers, a dream of 1,000 years.
I know, but I can't help but want to cry.
Ning Yi's voice choked, her small heart aching. Shu Han whispered in Lin Muyu's ear,
The great world is dangerous. Husband, be careful.
Mo Yun and Chen Mumu hugged Lin Moyu from both sides, also reminding him,
Husband, be very careful. Don't worry, just sleep well, and wait for your husband to wake you up.
Lin Muyu's words were firm, a promise. After a moment of warmth, it was time to part. Lin Moyu took out the coffin of eternal sleep. Soul power surged, activating the coffin of eternal sleep. The coffin of eternal sleep contained a world where time and space were completely still. Those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. The 4 did not resist and were directly taken in. Lin Moyu could sense that in the coffin of eternal sleep, the 4 had already fallen asleep. He placed the coffin of eternal sleep in his soul world, in front of his soul body. With a sigh, Lin Moyu left the manor. A great power descended from the sky, enveloping the manor. The world's power wrapped around the manor, and without Lin Muyu's permission, no one could enter. Even a 9th stage super god couldn't enter. He was the master of the world, and in this world, his word was law. Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale and opened the space-time tunnel. After one last look at the human world, he turned and walked into the space-time tunnel. Ancient battlefield, lower space. Lin Moyu arrived at Xinxia Ancient City. Xinxia Ancient City was actually the god-slaying fortress, a well-known war weapon in the Great World. When fully activated, the God-slaying fortress could kill true God-level powerhouses, with extraordinary power. Having been here for 1,000 years, it was underutilized. In the past, its existence could serve as a base for the human race in the lower space. Now that the dragon race and abyss demons were extinct, the role of Xinxia Ancient City had greatly diminished. When Lin Moyu arrived, the ancient Thunder Tower appeared in his hand. The inner and outer towers connected, and Lin Muyu's power entered the outer tower. Using the outer tower to control the inner tower, Lin Moyu quickly took control of the entire God-slaying fortress. Power continued to pour in, causing the God-slaying fortress to shake violently. Then, the people in the city suddenly found themselves outside the city. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the God-slaying fortress rose from the ground. The ancient Thunder Tower rose from the fortress, and the God-slaying fortress changed shape in the air, quickly shrinking. The entire God-slaying fortress finally became a tower no more than 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, identical to the ancient Thunder Tower. In the next second, a space-time tunnel appeared at the top of the God-slaying fortress, and it turned into a stream of light, entering the tunnel and disappearing. Everyone was stunned. The Xinxia Ancient City, which had stood for 1,000 years, just flew away. A city turned into a tower and flew away. Who would believe such a story?
What happened? How did Xinxia Ancient City fly away? It's unbelievable. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. It's like seeing a ghost.
People discussed, but no one could find the correct answer. Lin Moyu stood in the tower, driving the ancient Thunder Tower through space, heading towards Antares. With Lin Muyu's current strength, he couldn't fully utilize the power of the God-slaying fortress, but it was enough for travel. In its tower form, the God-slaying fortress had the ability to traverse space, making it very convenient. As the master of the God-slaying fortress, Lin Moyu could control it with just a thought. In no time, the God-slaying fortress reached the upper space, flying towards Antares at an astonishing speed.
This speed is currently faster than my full use of the wings of the undead. It only takes a little power to achieve incredible speed. This is still in the small world. The true speed of the God-slaying fortress will be seen in the great world.
Lin Moyu compared in his mind. The wings of the undead were fast but consumed soul power. Soul power was not infinite, so it had to be conserved. The God-slaying fortress, on the other hand, could draw energy from space. As long as there was no battle, the energy it drew was enough for travel. 10 seconds later, the God-slaying fortress arrived at Antares' location. Lin Moyu revealed himself and put away the God-slaying fortress. A war weapon of such high level could be stored in the soul world when not in use. 873, 873. Chapter 873. Giving you one last chance to kill me.
I'm leaving.
Lin Moyu said, looking at Antares. They stared at each other, both feeling a sense of reluctance. Lin Moyu didn't have many friends, and Antares was one of the most important ones. Antares had even fewer friends, with Lin Moyu being his only one. Although Antares felt reluctant, he didn't show it.
Get lost, get lost. Once you're gone, I can finally get some good sleep.
He said gruffly. Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
How much longer will it take?
Antares replied,
Soon, just another 100 or 200 years.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Come find me then. By that time, you better not be too weak. I have a reputation to uphold. Having a weak friend is embarrassing.
Antares grumbled, shaking his head. Lin Moyu gently patted Antares on the head.
Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Before I leave, I'll give you one last chance to kill me. I'm afraid you won't get another chance in the future.
Antares laughed and unleashed a fierce dragon breath on Lin Moyu. A space-time tunnel opened, and Lin Moyu was engulfed by the dragon breath, sent directly into deep space. Surrounded by the dragon breath, Lin Muyu's innate purple glow had not yet completely faded. This time, Antares used the power of a 6th-stage true god, causing Lin Muyu's undead form to collapse 5 times, thereby activating his innate ability. After Lin Moyu stepped into the super god level, the power of a 5th stage true god was no longer enough to trigger his innate ability. It required at least a 6th stage true god. Lin Moyu understood that Antares was reminding him not to be complacent and showing him his limits. A 6th stage true god could kill him with 2 strikes. If it were a 5th stage true god, it would take 3 strikes. This strike was Antares' final gift. Lin Moyu spread his undead wings and flew swiftly towards the Starlight Ancient Path. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Starlight Ancient Path. The swamp was still there, but the giant swamp lizard was gone. In deep space, there are rules. Monsters that die will respawn after a certain period, similar to the rules of the human world but independent of each other. The giant swamp lizard would also respawn after some time. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw Lillian standing in front of the Starlight Ancient Path, seemingly confronting the gatekeeper puppet. Lillian did not attack, and the gatekeeper puppet, holding a sword, did not make a move either, just remaining vigilant. Seeing Lin Muyu's presence, Lillian's furrowed brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face.
You finally came.
Her words sounded like those of a lover who had been waiting for a long time. Coupled with Lillian's beautiful face, it was easy to misunderstand. Lin Moyu showed no expression as he approached Lillian, only responding with a light. To acknowledge her. At this moment, he felt a bit lonely, having said goodbye to his wives and friends and about to venture into an unfamiliar place. His aura was somewhat low. In contrast, Lillian seemed relaxed, ready to enter the great world where the sky was the limit. Her usually cold and emotionless face now bore a slight smile. As for the gatekeeper puppet, she showed no concern. Lin Moyu cupped his hands towards the puppet.
Senior, we wish to enter the Starlight Ancient Path.
The puppet replied.
You may enter, but she cannot.
Lillian stared at the puppet, a cold smile on her face.
Do you think you can stop me?
The puppet chuckled.
You can try.
It had guarded the Starlight Ancient Path for countless years. For a small fry like Lillian, who was only at the 1st stage of the super god level, trying to break through was simply courting death. Looking at Lin Moyu, who was also only at the 1st stage of the super god level, the puppet said,
I told you before, don't go to the Starlight Ancient Path to die unless you reach the 3rd stage of the super god level.
Lillian wanted to say something, but Lin Moyu glanced at her, signaling her to stay quiet. Lillian returned his gaze, indicating she would give him face this time. Lin Moyu said,
Thank you for the reminder, Senior. We should be fine.
The puppet replied,
I'm just giving you a kind reminder, not stopping you. If you insist on going to your death, be my guest. As for her, she is not a native being. According to the rules, she cannot enter unless...
Lin Moyu asked,
Unless what? Unless she can defeat me. Do you see the Starlight Ancient Path behind me? There is no door. No matter what method you use, as long as you can get inside, I won't stop you.
The puppet pointed behind him, where indeed a path woven from starlight lay. The entrance was not large, blocked by the puppet. The puppet's job was to guard the entrance. As long as one could get inside, it was no longer his concern. The situation was clear. Either defeat the puppet, kill it, or retreat without forcing entry. Lin Moyu didn't know the puppet's strength, but if people from the previous era could get through, he believed he could too. His cooperation with Lillian was not yet over, and sending her into the Starlight Ancient Path was part of their agreement. Lin Moyu would not go back on his word.
Senior, forgive me.
Lin Moyu lightly called out, his hands glowing faintly. The undead law emerged, flying towards the puppet. The puppet's body also emitted a law, enveloping it. The puppet's entire body glowed with a bronze light, tinged with dark red.
It's useless. I used the copper iron law. My body is extremely tough, capable of withstanding attacks from a 5th stage super god. You, a mere 1st stage super god.
Before he could finish, the puppet let out a strange cry. Lin Muyu's undead law had already reached the puppet, causing the bronze light on its body to change rapidly. The originally golden bronze body quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the bronze surface began to rot, exposing the internal structure. The copper skin and iron bones, combined with the copper-iron law, made the puppet's defense indeed strong. Unfortunately, its law met Lin Moyu's undead law, which expressed the aspect of death, bringing everything to a standstill. The puppet's copper skin quickly rotted, and the iron bones inside were also affected. The puppet roared.
What kind of law is this? Why is it so powerful? You're not a first-stage super god. You can't be.
The puppet shouted in disbelief. It swung its sword, sending 100-meter-long sword energy towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu moved swiftly, flapping his undead wings to dodge. Lillian casually stepped to the side, instantly appearing 100 meters away. The puppet still blocked the entrance, not moving aside.
Senior, I'm making my move.
Lin Moyu said, lightly pointing his finger. Fusion spell. Time curse. The puppet's body trembled slightly but did not scream. It was a puppet, and its soul was crafted through special means, devoid of pain. But Lin Moyu wasn't aiming for the puppet's screams.
So it's a soul attack. It's useless.
The puppet's time law changed, accelerating time many times over. Under the accelerated time, the undead law's power increased, quickly creating large holes in the puppet's body.
Impossible. What's happening? What kind of law is this?
The puppet's voice now carried a hint of fear. 874, 874. Chapter 874. Starlight Ancient Path, Invisible Law Influence. Lin Moyu knew that the puppet could not recognize the time law. The time law was too advanced, belonging to the top-tier laws, not something common. Antares could recognize it, and the Starry Sky Giant Tree could recognize it, but that didn't mean others could. The puppet's strength was only at the super god level, but it was made of special materials, making it very sturdy. Even a 9th stage super god couldn't harm it. Therefore, it was very proud and feared nothing. But now, the undead law had destroyed its sturdy exterior and shattered its pride. It became panicked and at a loss. Lin Moyu did not take further action but said calmly,
Senior, can you step aside now?
Lin Moyu could see that the puppet's material was indeed special, seemingly having self-recovery properties. If it didn't get hurt again, it might recover over time. Lin Moyu did not push things to the extreme and left a way out. The puppet had wisdom, could think, and had self-awareness. As long as one had self-awareness, they wouldn't want to face death. It's not about fearing death. Given a choice, one would naturally choose to live. The puppet murmured,
I'm just a puppet, just a gatekeeper.
Saying this, it unhesitatingly stepped aside, making way for the exit. Lin Moyu also withdrew his hand at this moment. Without the corrosion of the undead law, the wounds on the puppet began to gradually heal. The puppet looked at Lin Moyu.
You are more formidable than those guys from the previous era.
From beginning to end, it hadn't been able to make a move, completely suppressed by Lin Moyu, with its sword and blade becoming mere decorations. Compared to the people from the previous era, Lin Moyu seemed even more terrifying. Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Thank you for the compliment.
More formidable than the professionals of the previous era? Lin Moyu knew this was true. He wasn't being arrogant. The people of the previous era hadn't become the masters of the world. Moreover, the previous era had done some bad things, making their era miserable. If he encountered them after going out, he would definitely ask for clarification. The Starlight Ancient Path, as its name suggests, was truly woven from starlight. Countless starlights from the great world shot over, intertwining into a splendid path. In the passage, Lin Moyu could feel the mighty power from the great world. It was an indescribable power, grand and majestic. Being in it made one feel insignificant. Behind Lin Moyu, a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, looking somewhat complicated. Lillian had initially thought Lin Moyu would have a good fight with the gatekeeper puppet. She didn't expect this outcome. Lin Moyu used a method she couldn't understand to deal with the gatekeeper puppet. To be precise, He made the gatekeeper puppet retreat in the face of difficulties and admit defeat. She could see that Lin Moyu actually had the ability to kill the gatekeeper puppet, but he was measured and didn't do so. If he could kill the gatekeeper puppet, killing her shouldn't be difficult either. Lillian could no longer see through Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sensed Lillian's gaze.
Is there a problem?
Lillian withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the starlight ancient path. It was filled with various starlights, colorful and very beautiful. She also felt a sense of insignificance. Lillian said softly,
We have already entered the range of the great world. You should feel the aura of the great world and your own insignificance.
Lin Moyu snorted softly, indeed feeling this way. The aura of the great world was still very faint, but the sense of insignificance was very strong. The strong feeling made Lin Moyu uncomfortable. Lillian said softly,
No matter who it is, as long as they reach the super god level and step from the small world into the great world, they are very arrogant. So when they step into the great world will give them a blow. Let them know they are small and insignificant, and they must maintain awe towards the great world.
Lin Moyu stopped and glanced at Lillian.
How do you know this?
Lillian, like him, had just entered the Starlight Ancient Path and hadn't truly entered the great world. How could she know this? Lillian said solemnly,
I naturally have my ways of knowing. This is not within the scope of our cooperation, so I don't need to tell you.
Lin Moyu knew Lillian must have many secrets, but since she didn't say, he couldn't ask. They were just in a simple cooperative relationship, and Lin Moyu didn't even care about Lillian's life or death. He was just finishing what he promised to do. As for what would happen in the future, whether Lillian would be killed as soon as she went out, he didn't care. The two fell silent again. Lin Moyu said nothing and continued forward. The Starlight Ancient Path was very long. Lin Moyu walked for half a day without reaching the end. The puppet had said that the Starlight Ancient Path was not safe, and only those who reached the third stage of the Super God level could pass safely. But they had walked for half a day without encountering any danger. Apart from the colorful starlight, there was nothing else in sight. Faintly, a sense of oppression appeared. Once this sense of oppression appeared, it began to grow uncontrollably. The mood started to become irritable. The Starlight Ancient Path was extremely quiet, but the quieter it was, the more irritable one felt. Various bad thoughts surged in Lin Muyu's mind, making him want to vent all his irritability. The next second, Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his soul world roared. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a loud dragon roar, and the irritability disappeared. His thoughts became clear again, and Lin Moyu felt a sense of lingering fear. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap and was influenced. This method was extremely clever. Looking at Lillian, her eyes were flashing red, clearly influenced. She seemed to be suppressing her inner restlessness, her fists clenched tightly, and her body trembling. From her behavior, she could sense something was wrong but couldn't control it.
Don't move!
Lin Moyu pointed at Lillian's forehead, and an invisible force invaded her soul world. Lillian felt a sharp pain in her soul, followed by a dragon roar in her soul. Her body trembled violently, and all the irritability disappeared. The red light in her eyes faded, returning to normal. Lillian let out a long breath.
Thank you.
Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
I haven't sent you out yet. I'll ensure your safety.
Meaning the cooperation wasn't over, and Lin Moyu wouldn't watch her die. Lillian asked,
Is this a method taught by Lord Antares?
Lin Moyu didn't answer. You have secrets, and so do I. Lin Moyu couldn't tell her about the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Lillian wisely didn't ask further. This was considered the first hurdle, and they had passed it. Lin Moyu thought carefully about what had happened before. The invisible law could influence the soul and confuse the mind. It was difficult for a first-stage supergod to resist, but a third-stage supergod would fare much better. Although still affected, once aware, they could slowly eliminate the influence. If it weren't for the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, he could have eliminated the influence on his soul, but it would have been more troublesome. Lillian had a harder time. Perhaps she had corresponding methods, but Lin Moyu didn't care to know. After walking for a while, countless light spots suddenly appeared ahead. The light spots filled the entire passage, rapidly enlarging before their eyes. The light spots were like heavy punches hitting hard. 875. Chapter 875. Who dares to bully my human race juniors? Starlight transformed into countless fists, densely covering the entire passage, making it unavoidable. Is this the second test of the Starlight Ancient Path? Lin Moyu could feel that the power in the fists was not strong, only at the level of a second-stage super god. If it were a third-stage super god, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. But if it were a first-stage super god, it would be dangerous. Considering the previous invisible law that affected the mind, if one couldn't recover, they might rush forward and fight these fists for 300 rounds, likely resulting in exhaustion and death. Lin Moyu noticed Lillian's expression and softly said,
"Stand behind me."
Without any hesitation, Lillian stood behind Lin Moyu. Knowing Lin Moyu, she believed that if he said it, he could do it. Lin Moyu directly faced the fists and continued to move forward. In Lillian's astonished eyes, the fists landed on Lin Moyu's body but had no effect, as if they were absorbed into the sea. Lin Moyu's body emitted a faint white light, an unremarkable white light that blocked all attacks. Lillian's eyes widened. Lin Moyu's magic was strange and incomprehensible to her, but undeniably, all of Lin Moyu's magic was very powerful. In Lillian's shock, Lin Moyu continued to move forward without stopping. The starlight changed again, transforming into countless swords and flying towards them. The attack power also became stronger, approaching the level of a third-stage super god. After reaching the super god level, each stage's attack power differs greatly. Even within the same second-stage super god level, there is a significant difference between just reaching the second stage and being at the peak of the second stage. The power gap becomes increasingly large. But no matter how strong the starlight became, to Lin Moyu, it was like a tickle. Not to mention the second stage, even the fifth or sixth stage of the super god level wouldn't matter to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's body became a shield, blocking all attacks. At this moment, Lillian's view of Lin Moyu seemed to change subtly. His back appeared to be a high wall that could shield from wind and rain. Lillian's gaze towards Lin Moyu changed subtly, a change even she didn't notice. Finally, all the attacks disappeared. Lin Moyu saw the exit of the Starlight Ancient Path. A magnificent wall of light and shadow stood before them. Once they passed through this wall, they would truly enter the Great World. In the Starlight Ancient Path, although they could feel the power of the Great World, they hadn't truly entered it. Lin Moyu stopped at the exit.
"Once we leave here, our cooperation ends."
Hearing this, Lillian felt an inexplicable emptiness and slight disappointment. But she quickly erased the inappropriate emotions and said in her cold voice,
"The Great World is dangerous. I hope we meet again."
Lin Moyu smiled.
"I can take your words as a blessing. Think whatever you want. Move aside, let me go out first."
Lillian said, frowning at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stepped aside. It didn't matter who went out first. Lillian held a ball of light in her hand, with a miniature palace at its center. The palace was enveloped in green flames.
"The Demon Emperor's palace?"
Lin Moyu was surprised. No wonder there were rumors that the Demon Emperor had disappeared along with the Demon Emperor's palace. He didn't expect the Demon Emperor's palace could be shrunk and taken away. Clearly a high-grade artifact. Lillian held the Demon Emperor's palace and left the Starlight Ancient Path. Lin Moyu followed her out. The scene changed. As soon as they left the passage, they felt several powerful auras. Strong pressure spread wantonly, each aura belonging to a powerful being. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. He didn't expect so many powerful beings outside the Starlight Ancient Path. Then he saw with his own eyes. Lillian dove into the Demon Emperor's palace. The Demon Emperor's palace flashed like starlight and instantly disappeared without a trace. As expected, Lillian had a plan. It seemed she had prepared for this. Less than half a second after leaving the Starlight Ancient Path, Lillian disappeared without a trace. Lillian's movements were so fast that even the powerful beings outside the Starlight Ancient Path didn't react. As soon as Lillian left, a powerful pressure descended on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt his whole body sink, and his thoughts slowed for a moment.
I've been tricked.
Lin Moyu thought. No wonder Lillian wanted to go out first. Despite the pressure on him, Lin Moyu didn't care. Although strong, the strongest was only at the first or second stage of the true god level. If he wanted to leave, these guys couldn't stop him. Scanning his surroundings, he finally saw the environment. He was in an endless starry sky, with brilliant starlight shooting from all directions. Behind him was a mist. The Starlight Ancient Path had disappeared, and within the mist was his original world. His world was hidden in the mist, protected by the laws of the great world, appearing very safe. He saw many powerful beings, from various races, standing in the starry sky, towering and imposing. Lin Moyu could tell that most of these powerful beings were true gods, but not very strong, mostly at the first or second stage of the true god level. Behind these true gods stood some super god level beings, clearly their juniors. They all looked at him with strange eyes, seemingly very interested in him. Being stared at by powerful beings from at least a dozen races made Lin Moyu very uncomfortable. At this moment, the brilliant starlight of the great world shone down, and Lin Moyu felt his soul world suddenly tremble. The long-dormant talent tree began to grow.
Great world law baptism.
Antares had once said that entering the great world from a small world would involve a baptism by the great world laws. Talents would be enhanced during the baptism. This was an excellent opportunity to greatly enhance one's strength. There was even a chance for the soul to advance from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. Lin Muyu's soul had already touched the boundary between the 3rd and 4th grades, and the possibility of breaking through during the baptism was very high. But the next second, a powerful force descended, blocking the starlight, and all changes stopped abruptly.
A powerful being. At least a God King level.
Lin Moyu was secretly shocked. The laws of the great world are not easily blocked. To achieve this, one must be at least at the God King level, possibly even a God Emperor. This force enveloped him, and Lin Muyu's keen soul told him that the other party had no malice. So Lin Moyu did not resist. As this force descended, a clear soul voice rang out.
Who dares to bully my human race juniors?
Lin Moyu recognized the voice. It was the woman he had seen at the core of the world. Looking over, it was indeed her. A graceful figure, like a fairy, walked on starlight. In front of her was a majestic being. Lin Moyu immediately recognized that this was a God Emperor, as powerful as the Sword Orchid God Emperor. It was this God Emperor who blocked the great world laws from baptizing him. Since he was here, Lin Moyu decided to stay calm and watch. As they arrived and the woman spoke, all the pressure on him retreated like mice seeing a cat. Lin Moyu found it amusing. It turned out that the powerful beings of the great world also bullied the weak. The rule of the strongest still applied in the great world.
So what if you're from the human race? This is not your territory.
A deep soul voice rang out, and terrifying power swept through the starry sky. 876. Chapter 876. Internal Unity, External Thunderous means. Shu Lin Moyu saw a burly figure with bull horns on his head, somewhat resembling a human. Lin didn't know what race this was, but it looked a bit like a half-human, half-bull. With a fierce look in his eyes, Lin Moyu met his gaze, as if seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was also a ruthless person who had fought his way out. A human god appeared in front of Lin Moyu, standing between him and the bull-headed god. With a cold and dangerous look, he showed no sign of retreat.
You can try.
Behind him, the laws surged, transforming into various weapons. It seemed as if he could unleash a shocking strike at any moment. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive in an instant.
Retreat quickly.
The true gods of various races turned pale and hurriedly retreated. If the god-level beings fought, they would be affected, and their lives would be in danger. The bull-headed god's eyes also flashed with danger. His fists clenched, and the laws on his fists roared continuously. The human woman who had met Lin Moyu once before said softly,
"Don't be afraid, Master can protect you."
Lin Moyu didn't speak, looking as if he was scared. A mere super god, facing a god. It would be strange if he wasn't scared. Lin Muyu's behavior seemed perfectly normal to others. After a standoff of more than 10 seconds, the bull-headed god suddenly released his fists and slowly retreated.
He backed down. He was so fierce just now, but now he's giving in.
Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. At this moment, he saw the strength of the human race in the Great World. As Antares had said, in the Great World, the human race was also a strong race not inferior to any other race. Now it seemed to be true. After retreating 100 meters, the bull-headed god transmitted a soul message.
"Since it's a human junior, I'll let you take him away."
This also gave him a way out. Gods always need to save face, and Lin Moyu could understand.
"Let's go."
After flying tens of thousands of miles, the human god stopped and threw out a ball of light. The ball of light exploded in the starry sky, transforming into a flying boat about 20 meters long. The three entered the flying boat, which instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The flying boat traveled rapidly through the starry sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant, far faster than the wings of the undead. But even at such speed, looking out from the flying boat, the stars outside still seemed to change slowly. It was as if they hadn't moved much. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The great world was indeed different from the small world. The grandeur and magnificence of the great world far exceeded his imagination. Lin Moyu looked out at the starry sky through the window of the flying boat. The flying boat was moving away from the small world, and the mist representing the small world had disappeared from sight. Bidding farewell to his homeland, Lin Muyu's eyes showed some reluctance, and his emotions were very complex. A faint tea fragrance wafted into his nose, refreshing his spirit. The human god sat at the tea table, and the woman was making tea beside him.
"Young friend, come and have a cup of tea."
The god's attitude was very kind, like a benevolent old man, without any airs. He was completely different from the imposing figure he had been just now, as if he were a different person. The contrast was quite stark. Lin Moyu smelled the tea and thought of scenes in the White God's courtyard. He wondered if he would have the chance to reunite with his teacher in the future. The woman saw that Lin Moyu hadn't moved. Thinking he was too nervous,
"Don't be nervous, Master is very easy to talk to."
the god also thought Lin Moyu was nervous.
"Young friend, you may not be used to the great world yet, but don't worry, you'll get used to it."
The woman poured tea, her profile looking very delicate. Lin Moyu could see that she was very focused. It wasn't a casual tea pour, nor was it just out of respect, but she was genuinely focused, as if treating it as a form of cultivation. The woman not only poured tea for the god but also for Lin Moyu.
"Come and have some."
She thought Lin Moyu hadn't fully adapted yet, so her cold voice softened a bit.
"My name is Gu Qingxian, what's yours?"
Lin Moyu walked to the tea table and saluted the god and Gu Qingxian.
"Junior Lin Moyu greets the god Senior and Senior Gu."
In the eyes of the god and Gu Qingxian, Lin Moyu seemed to have finally calmed down. They had seen this situation many times and didn't find it strange. The god smiled.
"I am called Jifeng."
Gu Qingxian smiled slightly.
"No need to be so formal, but it's normal for you to be like this now. You'll understand later."
Lin Moyu had already adapted, but he didn't talk much, so others misunderstood. Yifeng, the god, said,
"Young friend Lin, it's rare to see someone like you come out of a small world and become a super god. You are indeed a rare talent. That day, Qi Xian met you in the small world and told me you were a rare talent. She even gave you the guiding jade pendant, so I could sense it and come to guide you."
Hearing this, Lin Moyu understood. It turned out that Yifeng and Gu Qingxian could come out in time because of the guiding jade pendant. Lin Moyu took out the jade pendant with a picturesque valley on one side and the character
Xian.
on the other. The jade pendant matched Gu Qingxuan's name. Lin Moyu asked,
What would have happened if you hadn't come, senior?
Ye feng similet kindle.
Nothing much. You saw it just now. There are strong human beings among those people. In front of everyone, other races wouldn't dare do anything to you, at most give you a scare. If they really did something to you, it would provoke our human race's retaliation, and destroying a few big stars would be normal.
Destroying a few big stars. Yifeng said it lightly without any killing intent. But Lin Moyu felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the so-called big stars were planets, possibly inhabited by billions of beings. Human retaliation, destroying planets, such retaliation was too ruthless. Gu Qingxian said softly,
The great world is not like the small world. If you are not ruthless to others, they will take advantage, and the damage will be greater. Only by scaring or killing them will we have peace.
Lin Moyu agreed with Gu Qingxian. In fact, it was true. To survive in a cruel world, one must be united internally and use thunderous means externally. Lin Moyu now knew that if Yifeng hadn't come, he might have been intimidated, but wouldn't have been in mortal danger. But why did Yifeng come to guide him? Just because he came from a small world? With Yifeng's status, even if he wanted to guide someone, he didn't need to come personally. Could it be because of Gu Qingxian? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for a moment. Yifeng saw Lin Muyu's confusion.
Young friend, it's rare to see someone like you come out of a small world and become a super god. You are indeed a rare talent. For talents, our human race has always valued them highly. I happen to be free, and this time I also helped Qingxian complete her task, so I came along.
From Yifeng's words, Lin Moyu heard the word
Task.
Gu Qingxian had a task, and completing it involved guiding him? Seemed a bit strange. And why did Yifeng block the great world laws from baptizing him? That also puzzled him. 877, 877. Chapter 877. Vermilion Bird Star Domain. Star System Number 98. Outside the flying boat, colorful streams of light replaced the original starry sky, which had disappeared. Lin Moyu found this scene very similar to the one during teleportation. The flying boat of the night wind god had a capability similar to a teleportation array, allowing it to travel rapidly through subspace and reach very distant places in a short time. Upon first entering the great world, Lin Moyu immediately encountered a god-level figure. Moreover, both this god and his disciple expressed strong goodwill towards him. This situation made Lin Moyu very puzzled and even wary. However, thinking back, he had met Bai Yuan shortly after his career change, which seemed somewhat similar. Gu Qingxian explained to Lin Moyu along the way, gradually making him understand. Gu Qingxian indeed had a task to bring a genius from the small world to the great world. The higher the talent of this genius, the greater the benefits she would receive. Perhaps due to fate, Gu Qingxian encountered Lin Moyu and chose him. To ensure the task was completed smoothly, Gu Qingxian even invited the night wind god to personally escort Lin Moyu. As for why the night wind god intervened to stop the great world laws from baptizing Lin Moyu, the reason was simple. Everyone who comes from a small world enjoys a baptism by the great world laws. During this baptism, the soul, spells, and talents can all be enhanced. However, those who have just entered the great world are often in a state of confusion and cannot fully absorb the benefits of the baptism, sometimes wasting part of it. Therefore, the night wind god used his divine power to pause Lin Muyu's baptism. Once Lin Moyu fully adapted to the great world, the baptism would resume, allowing him to gain greater benefits. Gu Qingxian softly said,
Actually, I have a personal motive. The task I received is a chain task in the Divine City, and your talent is just the first part of it. If you can enter the Divine City in the future and even step onto the human race divine path, I will receive more benefits.
She candidly revealed her personal motives, simply stating that the better Lin Muyu's future achievements, the greater her rewards. From her words, two key pieces of information emerged. the divine city and the human race divine path. These places sounded extraordinary. Lin Moyu asked,
Can you tell me about the divine city and the human race divine path?
He knew nothing about the human race in the great world and had mostly listened along the way, speaking very little. Even when he spoke, he was very humble, never acting like a genius. Almost everyone who stands out from a small world is a genius, and many are extremely arrogant. The night wind god had seen many such people in his long life. He and Gu Qingxian both liked Lin Muyu's humble attitude. Gu Qingxian slowly explained,
The divine city is the holy land of our human race, and the human race divine path is the holy land within the holy land. Everyone in the human race wants to enter the divine city and climb the divine path. There's a saying among the human race, those who don't want to enter the divine city are not good people.
This made Lin Muyu smile. Not good people. Could they be bad people? The night wind god looked at Lin Muyu and said word by word,
You have the potential to enter the divine city.
Lin Muyu had no reaction, but Gu Qingxian exclaimed,
Master, are you serious?
The night wind god looked at Gu Qingxian indulgently.
When have I ever been wrong? With Lin Xiu's steadiness and the talent to stand out from a small world, entering the divine city is not difficult.
Gu Qingxian naturally believed her master's words and looked at Lin Muyu with a different gaze. Perhaps her initial whim would indeed bring her good returns.
This is the vermilion bird star domain of our human race, and what you see is star system number 98 within the vermilion bird star domain. It contains 3 life stars, 6 resource stars, and countless smaller asteroids.
Lin Muyu was amazed by the grandeur of the star system. In this star system alone, there were 3 life stars, each inhabited by billions of humans. Each life star was far larger than his small world. To support the cultivation of people on the 3 life stars, there were 6 resource stars. The 9 stars orbited the central star, which provided them with light and heat, forming a perfect cycle. Such a scale was just one star system, giving Lin Muyu a new understanding of the great world. Along the way, Gu Qingxian briefly explained the structure of the human race's world. The human race was one of the strong races in the great world, possessing vast territories. There were 4 main star domains: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Each star domain contained numerous star systems, all numbered. The 4 star domains collectively guarded the central divine domain. The divine city and the human race divine path, mentioned by Gu Qingxian, were located in the central divine domain. However, entering the divine city was not easy and required many assessments. Lin Muyu's small world was located on the edge of the Vermilion Bird star domain, at the border between human territory and that of other races. Star system number 98 in the Vermilion Bird star domain was the closest life star system to the small world. According to the rules, Lin Muyu's first stop after leaving the small world was here. Even if the night wind god hadn't come to escort him, other human experts would have brought him here. The flying boat entered the star system and flew towards one of the life stars. Gu Qingxian explained,
This life star is numbered Vermilion Bird 98-1, and it's where you will register your identity. All human experts coming from small worlds must first register and obtain an identity. Remember, without an identity, you won't be able to move freely among the human race.
Lin Muyu nodded lightly, remembering Gu Qingxuan's words. He also thought of the missing Lillian. He wondered where she had gone and if she would face difficulties without a corresponding identity in the human race. The flying boat landed on Vermilion Bird 98-1, and the night wind god did not appear. Gu Qingxian led Lin Muyu to register. This was also part of her task, and she would accompany Lin Muyu through all the procedures. Lin Muyu stepped out of the flying boat and saw many humans. They wore various types of clothing with no uniform standard. Although they were all human, each came from different worlds with different customs. These differences were evident in every aspect. Gu Qingxian said,
Don't find it strange. Our human race has the strongest inclusiveness among all races, in every aspect.
Lin Muyu thought for a moment and asked softly,
Are there many people like me?
Gu Qingxian shook her head.
Not too many, but not too few either. After all, there are countless small worlds, and there will always be someone who stands out.
Under Gu Qingxuan's guidance, they arrived at the registration office. The registration office was quite large, built from green stone, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. There was a long queue of hundreds of people, each wearing different clothes, clearly from different small worlds. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised. Wasn't it said that there weren't many? This was just one star system, and there were thousands of such star systems in the Vermilion Bird star domain. With 4 such star domains, the numbers must be staggering. Gu Qingxian glanced at the registration office, then closed her eyes for a few seconds, seemingly sensing something. She then opened her eyes and said,
We arrived just in time. The registration will open in 2 days. No rush, we'll wait a bit.
878, 878. Chapter 878. Registering Identity Human Emperor Network. The registration office is not open all the time, only opening once every 100 days. The people at the very front of the line had already been waiting for over 100 days. Lin Moyu was relatively lucky, only needing to wait 2 days. Lin Moyu realized he had underestimated the situation. It's not that there are always this many people, but rather every 100 days this many people accumulate. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't that bad. There are indeed many small worlds, but it's not like people are leaving small worlds to enter the great world all the time. Leaving a small world is not that easy. After listening to Gu Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Moyu learned some other things. In the human race's world, there are roughly 2 origins. One is being born in the great world, where one has an identity from birth. The other is like him, coming from a small world, with the first stop after entering the great world being to register for an identity. The powerful experts of the human race have made arrangements outside of each small world. As long as someone comes out, there will be someone to receive and guide them. Doing this guidance task also comes with rewards and benefits. So many people vie to do this task. As for himself, since the Night Wind God Lord took action, no one dared to object. This time, the reward naturally belongs solely to Gu Qingxian. Lin Moyu also saw that beside each person in line, there was someone accompanying them. Those accompanying them were the ones doing the guidance task. The human race has a very mature system within, taking everything into consideration and being very complete. Thinking about it this way, meeting Gu Qingxian in the small world was a kind of fate. The queue was very quiet, with no one speaking. Many people had curious gazes looking around. Some people were even sitting in meditation, seemingly cultivating. Anyone who could come out from a small world was a talent without exception. They were all unwilling to waste time. Lin Moyu used to be the same, not wasting a single moment and seizing every opportunity to improve himself. It was only in recent years that Lin Moyu slowed down, allowing his state of mind to become more calm and steady. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the doors of the registration office slowly opened. All those who had been waiting for many days perked up. 100 days was not actually that long for a super god. A single session of comprehending laws could take much longer than that. The queue inched forward, but the registration speed was not very fast. Nearly an entire day passed before it was Lin Muyu's turn. Gu Qingxian accompanied Lin Moyu into the registration office. The facilities inside were surprisingly simple. Apart from a large table, there was only a complex and massive formation array, with nothing else. Behind the table, a person was half lying there, exuding a lazy aura. He seemed rather casual and indifferent, his tone of voice also weak and lacking force. But no one in the hall dared to look down on him, as this lazy person exuded a powerful aura. He had already surpassed the true god level. This was a god king, an existence far more powerful than a true god. Gu Qingxian brought Lin Moyu before the table.
Lin Moyu, from small world number 3344 in the Vermilion Bird domain.
Each small world also has a set of numbers, with Vermilion Bird 3344 being the number of Lin Muyu's small world. For ease of management, apart from a few important star systems, most star systems and major stars are represented by numbers. Vermilion bird represents the Vermilion bird domain. 98 represents the 98th star system in the Vermilion bird domain, and the following numbers represent the small world. Lin Moyu's small world was small world 3344 in the 98th life star system of the Vermilion bird domain. From the number, it was clear that Gu Qingxian was right. There were indeed countless small worlds like this. The staff member glanced at Lin Moyu and pointed to the formation array beside him.
Go in.
Lin Moyu walked to the center of the formation array, which flashed and began to operate. Rays of light shone on Lin Moyu, making his entire body glow brightly, turning him into a spotlight. Gu Qingxian had already explained the purpose of the formation array to Lin Moyu, so he remained calm and motionless within it. The formation array would detect his identity and whether he truly had human race bloodline. In the distant past, there had been incidents of other races infiltrating by impersonating humans from small worlds and even entering the divine city of the human race. That foreign race member then caused destruction within the divine city before being discovered and killed. After that, all those coming from small worlds had to go through this formation array for identity verification. In addition to verifying Lin Moyu's identity, the formation array would also record Lin Moyu's information in various aspects. Over 10 minutes later, the light from the formation array gradually dimmed. Lin Moyu walked out of the formation array and returned to the table. At this point, that person took out a crystal the size of a fingernail and pointed at it. The crystal instantly turned into a ray of law that flew into Lin Moyu's brow and disappeared. Lin Moyu only felt a slight sting in his brow, and then the feeling was gone. It seemed this ray of law had no malicious intent, as it did not trigger the defenses of his bone armor. That person said,
All right, your identity registration is complete. You can enter the Human Emperor Network in 30 minutes.
Then he looked at Gu Qingxian.
You'll need to explain the Human Emperor Network to him.
Gu Qingxian respectfully saluted him.
Your junior disciple understands.
Although Gu Qingxuan's master is a god lord, she still showed due respect to this god king. Lin Moyu also saluted him.
Thank you, senior.
He casually waved his hand.
You can go now. Next person can come in.
After leaving the registration office, Gu Qingxian said,
All right, you can now move freely in the human world. Now let me explain the Human Emperor Network to you. The Human Emperor Network, also called the Human Emperor Network World, is a semi-virtual, semi-real world unique to our human race. As long as you are in the human world, you can connect to the Human Emperor Network at any time, but entering the Human Emperor Network will continuously consume soul power. However, the consumption is not much. Super gods can already sustain this consumption for a long time.
Through Gu Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Moyu gradually came to understand the purpose of the Human Emperor Network. The human race in the Great World is completely different from the human race in the small worlds. Apart from strength and knowledge, the Human Emperor Network is also extremely important. The Human Emperor Network covers the entire human world. As long as one consumes some soul power, one can enter it. Within the Human Emperor Network, one can comprehend laws, cultivate, accept missions, view all kinds of information and materials. In addition, the Human Emperor Network has many more functions that cannot be fully explained in just a few words. Lin Moyu would have to explore it himself. Just from Gu Qingxuan's description, Lin Moyu realized that this intangible Human Emperor Network tightly binds the entire human race together. Events happening in the Vermilion bird domain can be known by people in other domains within seconds. The Human Emperor Network even has positioning capabilities. Even if one cannot determine their coordinates, they can still be roughly located. Gu Qingxian said,
The most important function of the Human Emperor Network is the Human Emperor Points. Human Emperor Points are money. No matter if it's in the Human Emperor Network world or the real world, everything requires spending Human Emperor Points. As for how to earn Human Emperor Points, you'll naturally know once you enter the Human Emperor Network. I won't waste words explaining it.
After Gu Qingxian finished explaining the general functions of the Human Emperor Network, half an hour had already passed. Lin Moyu felt his consciousness suddenly connect to a mysterious world, with a vast expanse of emptiness appearing before his eyes. The scene quickly solidified, transforming from illusory to real in the blink of an eye. 879, 879. Chapter 879. People come and go. Lin Moyu found himself in a plaza. This plaza, whether in terms of architecture or scale, was identical to the one he was familiar with in the real world. A gentle breeze brushed his face, feeling just like the real world. Stretching out his hand, lifting his foot, running, jumping, flying, all felt exactly like the real world. Lin Moyu could even sense his own laws, his own power, and his own spells. The human emperor network was truly magical. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Gu Qingxian appeared. She had also entered the human emperor network. Gu Qingxian wore a mask, hiding her appearance. However, her hairstyle and clothes had not changed, so Lin Moyu recognized her at a glance. Gu Qingxian removed her mask.
In the human emperor network, everyone's appearance is exactly the same as in reality. However, you can choose not to allow others to view your information. By changing your clothes and wearing a mask, you can hide your identity.
Gu Qingxian diligently introduced the human emperor network to Lin Moyu, and he quickly became familiar with it. In the human emperor network, there were places for cultivation, law comprehension, a mission center, a trading center, and more. It had all kinds of functions. It seemed that whatever you could think of, it could do. You could teleport anywhere with just a thought, making it very convenient. You could instantly travel from the Vermilion Bird Star domain to other star domains. The only issue was that everything required human emperor points. In the real world, without identity information, one could hardly move. Similarly, in the human emperor network, without points, one would be equally immobile. Currently, Lin Moyu was still in the novice period. Every newcomer received an initial 100 points. 100 points were not much, but enough for Lin Moyu to get familiar with the human emperor network. Gu Qingxian took Lin Moyu to the cultivation hall, the mission center, the trading center, and even the arena. After touring around, Gu Qingxian said,
"All right, let's leave the network for now. I'll take you somewhere."
Lin Moyu felt a stir in his heart and exited the network. The human emperor network was truly magical and could accomplish most things. However, it couldn't completely replace reality. Some things could only be done in the real world. Gu Qingxian took Lin Moyu to a teleportation array. After paying some points, they activated the teleportation. The teleportation arrays in the Great World were much stronger than those in the small world. They instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, taking Lin Moyu directly off the large star and into the starry sky. If they had used a small world teleportation array, it would have taken much longer to cover such a distance. In the starry sky, near a star, floated a massive palace. This palace was the most magnificent Lin Moyu had ever seen. The palace was over 10,000 meters high and at least 100,000 meters wide, like a fortress in the starry sky. Its grandeur was overwhelming, almost suffocating Lin Moyu. In front of the palace, 5 giant glowing characters shone brightly in the starry sky.
Human Race War God Hall.
The 5 characters exuded a majestic aura. Instinctively, Lin Moyu looked at them, feeling as if the characters were magnifying before his eyes, transforming into a giant palm that struck down. The giant palm turned into a soul attack, entering his soul world and striking heavily. His soul world roared, but his third-grade peak soul world shone brightly and remained unmoved. The half-glass, half-crystal shell blocked the palm's strike. Lin Moyu sensed that the soul palm had no malice. If he couldn't withstand it, it wouldn't harm his soul, at most causing a slight soul shock. The result would be a brief dizziness with no major impact. However, the soul palm had no effect on him. After the ineffective attack, the soul palm turned into countless runes, appearing outside his soul world. Lin Moyu could sense that these runes contained some kind of law, and he immediately began to comprehend them. He didn't notice Gu Qingxian beside him, watching with a smile, as if enjoying a show. She knew what would happen next. Everyone who came to the Human Race War God Hall for the first time would be given a show of strength by these 5 characters. The soul attack contained in the 5 characters required at least a second-grade peak soul realm to withstand. Generally, those who had just left a small world mostly had only first or second stage super god strength, at most not exceeding the 4th stage. Their soul quality was usually at the first grade peak level, and they would definitely be affected. A little embarrassment was inevitable, but it was no big deal. It would make them more humble, grinding down the arrogance brought from the small world. However, what happened next stunned her. Lin Moyu stood there as if nothing had happened, looking at the 5 characters with great interest. He didn't even blink, instead watching intently. Gu Qingxian was dumbfounded. What was going on?
Could it be that his soul quality is very high? Impossible. It would need at least a second-grade peak soul to be unaffected.
Lin Moyu looked like a first-stage super god. In her understanding, how high could his soul quality be? Perhaps Lin Muyu's strength was not weak, and his soul level exceeded his stage, but improving soul quality was not that easy. As Gu Qingxian was shocked, more people arrived through the teleportation array, all from the same batch as Lin Moyu. They were all newly registered super gods, just like Lin Moyu, having just left their small worlds. After registering and familiarizing themselves with the Human Emperor network, they were brought here by their guides. The Human Race War God Hall was the final step in the guidance task, and everyone had to come here. These people, like Lin Moyu, instinctively looked at the 5 characters.
Human Race War God Hall.
In an instant, each person groaned and stepped back. Some even fell to the ground. They all showed astonishment, their faces turning pale, clearly not feeling well. Their guides smiled, having anticipated this scene. Gu Qingxian felt that their reactions were normal. The person she brought, however, seemed abnormal. At this moment, the other guides also noticed Lin Moyu, a newcomer staring at the 5 characters with great interest. Impossible, how could this be? Not only did they not believe it, but Gu Qingxian also couldn't believe it. Yet it happened. No one called out to Lin Moyu. When someone wanted to ask, their guide stopped them. The great world had its rules. Interrupting someone's comprehension was a grave offense. Lin Moyu was clearly comprehending something and couldn't be disturbed. Gu Qingxian could only wait patiently. After a while, Lin Moyu showed no signs of waking up. The other guides took their newcomers into the Human Race War God Hall. Soon, another batch of newcomers arrived, and the scene repeated. Gu Qingxian had shifted from shock to watching the show, now watching others. As more newcomers arrived, the scene kept repeating. People came and went, but Gu Qingxian stayed with Lin Moyu, unable to leave. Unless she abandoned her task, she couldn't go anywhere until Lin Moyu woke up. Gu Qingxian found it both amusing and frustrating. After 2 whole days, Gu Qingxian began to worry. She didn't know what was happening to Lin Moyu or if his state was normal. She could only seek help from the Night Wind God. 880. Chapter 880 Human Race War God, Xiao Zhantian. The space twisted, and the Night Wind God appeared beside Gu Qingxian.
What's wrong?
Gu Qingxian was somewhat amused.
He's been watching for 2 days now. Lin.
The Night Wind God glanced over and roughly understood the situation. Lin Moyu was clearly in a state of comprehension, with faint law energy rolling around him. There were some things Gu Qingxian didn't know, but as a god, he was well aware.
It seems Lin Shuyou's soul quality is very high.
The Night Wind God said. Gu Qingxian had a similar guess.
Could it be a second-grade peak?
The Night Wind God smiled slightly but did not answer. This expression conveyed a different meaning to Gu Qingxian.
Master, are you saying he might have a third-grade soul?
The Night Wind God shook his head.
I didn't say anything, Qingxian. Don't forget our human race's rules.
Gu Qingxuan's expression immediately tightened.
Qingxian dares not forget.
The human race's rule is not to probe into others' levels and realms, especially the quality of their souls. Unless the other party voluntarily tells you, you shouldn't even ask. Spying on others is a major taboo. At best, it invites hatred. At worst, It creates enmity. The night wind god looked at Lin Moyu.
I see this child is extraordinary. Qin Xian, you can try to befriend him.
Gu Qingxian said softly.
Master, you often teach me to make more friends, and I've always been diligent in doing so. But making friends also depends on fate, and whether we can be sincere with each other.
The night wind god was pleased.
Qin Xian is right. Sincerity is the first step. If you can't even do that, you'll only make some fair-weather friends, which are not worth having. I see this child has a steady temperament, and is a good seedling. Anyone who can stand out from a small world is generally not bad. Some people in the great world look down on those who come from small worlds, but I don't think that way.
Gu Qingxian understood the night wind god's meaning.
I know what to do.
The night wind god left, and Gu Qingxian continued to wait. The task that was about to be completed was delayed by another 10 days. 10 days later, Lin Moyu finally came to his senses. Opening his eyes and seeing Gu Qingxian, Lin Moyu felt a bit embarrassed.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Gu Qingxian shook her head.
No need to be so formal. You don't have to call me senior. I'm not that old. Then how should I address you?
Lin Moyu was still not very familiar with the rules of the great world and was afraid of using the wrong title. A slight smile appeared on Gu Qingxuan's beautiful face, like a blooming winter plum. Extremely beautiful.
We humans are all descendants of the human emperor, of the same lineage. You can call me senior sister.
Lin Moyu was straightforward.
All right, senior sister Gu.
Gu Qingxian asked.
Junior brother Lin, did you comprehend anything from the 5 characters?
Lin Moyu did not hide anything.
These 5 characters contain a law, but it's somewhat scattered. The time was too short, and I didn't gain much.
This answer was within Gu Qingxuan's expectations.
That's normal. After all, this is just a branch of the human race war god hall. These 5 characters are just a projection of the main hall. If you want to comprehend the complete law in the future, you have to go to the main hall. Where is the main hall? The main hall is naturally in the central divine city.
Lin Moyu nodded.
I will go there in the future.
Gu Qingxian did not doubt Lin Muyu's words.
Going to the divine city is not easy. The divine city is the dream of all our human race's strong ones. Countless people want to go, but few succeed. Difficulty makes it interesting.
Lin Moyu thought to himself but did not say out loud. Gu Qingxian chuckled.
All right, let's start the first step of our journey to the divine city.
With that, the two walked into the War God Hall. The War God Hall exuded a solemn atmosphere, with a strong sense of pressure everywhere. In the center of the hall stood a massive statue, thousands of meters high. Gu Qingxian said softly,
This statue is the human race war god, Xiao Zhantian. He was once an invincible strongman of our human race and created the War God Hall. It's said that in the main hall of the divine city, there's his legacy.
Lin Moyu caught the word.
Once is War God Xiao no longer around?
Gu Qingxian was not sure.
He should still be around, but he hasn't appeared for a long time.
An invincible strongman at that level wouldn't fall easily. Perhaps he is in seclusion somewhere, pursuing a higher realm. The trivial matters of the human race world are meaningless to such a strongman. They pursue higher realms and greater power. Gu Qingxian led Lin Moyu to the statue of the war god and respectfully saluted. This is something every human must do. The human race once faced the danger of extinction. It was Xiao Zhantian who, with his invincible posture, saved the human race from disaster. He laid the foundation for the human race's eternal peace. Lin Moyu, like Gu Qingxian, respectfully saluted Xiao Zhantian. For some reason, he felt as if the statue was watching him while saluting. Lin Moyu couldn't find the source of this feeling and thought it might be his illusion. After saluting, the two walked towards the depths of the War God Hall. Drip, drip. Footsteps echoed in the hall, which was extremely quiet. The closer they got to the depths, the stronger the pressure became. Here, even the wind disappeared. Apart from the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. Gu Qingxian stopped speaking and used soul communication.
In a moment, the War God Hall will test you. They will record your bone age, your soul, and rate your cultivation aptitude. Don't worry, the War God Hall won't spy on your secrets. Only you will know the results of all the tests. Outsiders can only see your final rating.
Lin Moyu understood Gu Qingxuan's meaning.
Don't worry, I won't hold back.
Gu Qingxian said,
Before the test, you will undergo the baptism of the great world laws. Only then can you get the highest rating. The higher the rating, the greater the benefits, and the more opportunities you will have to enter the divine city in the future. There are 4 ratings: extreme, excellent, good, and fair. These represent the 4 levels: supreme, excellent, good, and fair. You should aim for an excellent rating, and if you get an extreme rating, that would be even better.
Extreme is the highest rating among the 4 levels. Lin Moyu nodded.
I will do my best.
In the depths of the War God Hall was a vast plaza. The top of the plaza was open, revealing countless stars shining down. In the center of the plaza, a formation was slowly operating, and Lin Moyu felt an immense power from it. In front of this power, he felt like an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Facing the power level of the great world, he felt incredibly weak. The desire to become stronger grew in his heart. Gu Qingxian explained,
This formation is called the Star Formation. It gathers the power of the stars to provide energy for the entire War God Hall. The War God Hall is not just a hall of inheritance, it's also a hall of war. If war breaks out, all War God Halls become the most powerful war machines.
Lin Moyu nodded. In his perception, the War God Hall was even stronger than his god-slaying fortress. Could probably kill even a god king if activated. Behind the formation was a row of stone houses varying in size. In front of the stone houses, an old man sat cross-legged. He wore a green robe and looked unremarkable. But when Lin Moyu looked at him, he felt as if he were seeing a towering mountain, infinitely high. In the next second, this feeling disappeared, as if it had been an illusion. 881, 881. Chapter 881. Baptism of the Great World Laws. Gu Qingxian led Lin Moyu around the formation and walked to the old man, respectfully saluting the elder in the green robe. Lin Moyu followed suit.
Gu Qingxian greets Elder Luo.
Elder Luo slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. At that moment, Lin Moyu felt as if he was looking at a towering mountain, nearly infinitely high. Elder Luo's voice was old yet calm, like a breeze blowing through the mountains, passing through dense forests, unhurried and steady.
Qingxian, have you brought a newcomer this time?
Gu Qingxian replied softly.
Yes, this is junior brother Lin, who has just come from a small world.
Lin Moyu also saluted Elder Luo.
Lin Moyu greets the senior.
Elder Luo nodded slightly.
This young man is not simple.
Gu Qingxian was slightly taken aback. Elder Luo had just met Lin Moyu and had only said a few words. How could he tell that Lin Moyu was not simple? Elder Luo continued.
To have the Night Wind God personally intervene to block the baptism of the great world laws, he must not be simple.
Turned out to be so. Gu Qingxian realized she had misunderstood. Gu Qingxian said,
Elder Luo, I would like to rent a cultivation room.
Elder Luo nodded.
There are still 3 cultivation rooms available. You know the rules, go ahead and choose one. Thank you, Elder Luo.
Gu Qingxian saluted again. Elder Luo waved his hand, his voice kind.
Go on, go on.
The cultivation rooms were the stone houses behind them. There were a total of 100 stone houses, capable of accommodating 100 people for cultivation simultaneously. Given the population of the human race, even in star system number 98, there were at least tens of billions of humans. 100 cultivation rooms seemed too few. Gu Qingxian explained.
Our human race has 3 types of cultivation rooms. The first type is the cultivation room in the Human Emperor Network. In the Human Emperor Network, you can comprehend laws and cultivate. The second type is the cultivation room on the Life Star. There, you can cultivate and comprehend laws while also training your soul power. With the help of formations, the cultivation effect is slightly better than in the Human Emperor Network. The third type is the cultivation room in the War God Hall. Due to the presence of the star formation, the cultivation effect in the War God Hall is the best, but the cost is also the highest. The cultivation rooms in the Human Emperor Network have no quantity limit and can be applied for at any time. Every 100 points allow for 100 days of cultivation. The cultivation rooms on the Life Star cost 100 points for 10 days of cultivation. The cultivation rooms in the War God Hall cost 100 points for just 1 day of cultivation.
The three types of cultivation rooms have different effects and different costs. The same 100 points allow for 1 day of cultivation in the War God Hall, but 100 days in the Human Emperor Network. The most expensive and the cheapest differ by a factor of 100. Lin Moyu currently had only 100 points, enough for just 1 day in the War God Hall's cultivation room. Gu Qingxian arrived at the door of a cultivation room but did not enter. Instead, she continued to instruct.
This time, renting the cultivation room is mainly for you to undergo the baptism of the Great World Laws. Let me explain the baptism of the Great World Laws to you. Listen carefully. People from small worlds, due to various limitations, mostly have not brought out their talents. After reaching the super god level, the door to the talent world is basically closed. But during the baptism of the Great World Laws, the door to the talent world will reopen. This is an opportunity, the only chance to bring out your talents. After this, the door to the talent world will close permanently. That's why the Night Wind God intervened to block the baptism of the Great World Laws for you, to let you prepare and seize this opportunity to bring out your talents.
Gu Qingxian believed that with Lin Muyu's soul strength, bringing out his talents should not be a problem. People from small worlds have limited knowledge and mostly have not brought out their talents. The baptism of the Great World Laws is the last chance given by the world's rules to cultivators. After Gu Qingxian finished speaking, she was afraid Lin Moyu hadn't understood.
If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me now.
Lin Moyu thought for a moment.
What if the talents have already been brought out?
Gu Qingxian immediately answered.
If the talents have already been brought out, the Great World Laws can enhance the talents. This is your disadvantage. You will miss one chance to enhance your talents, but this can be compensated for. The most important thing is to bring out your talents.
Lin Moyu had no more questions. Gu Qingxian paid the points and opened the door to the cultivation room. Each day costs 100 points. When paying the points, Lin Moyu clearly saw the pain in Gu Qingxuan's eyes. Obviously, 100 points were not cheap. The door to the cultivation room slowly closed. As it closed, Lin Moyu felt as if he were in an endless starry sky. A vast amount of starlight, carrying immense power, and countless laws shot in from all directions, enveloping the entire cultivation room. Although these laws had not yet materialized, they were already very clear. Comprehending laws here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Spending 100 points for 1 day in the cultivation room was worth it. If one had enough points to continuously cultivate in such an environment, the speed of comprehending laws would be astonishing. For the first time, Lin Moyu truly felt the laws of the great world. Compared to the laws in the small world, the laws of the great world were more complex, more numerous, and more powerful. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, then calmed his mind and sat cross-legged. With a light touch of his finger, a rune appeared, and with a soft sound, the isolation placed by the Night Wind God on Lin Moyu was lifted. The isolation from the Great World Laws was done by the Night Wind God, and the method to lift it had been given to Lin Moyu long ago. He could lift it whenever he needed. With the isolation lifted, Lin Moyu was once again exposed to the Great World Laws. The baptism of the Great World Laws officially began. Lin Moyu felt an unimaginable power enter his soul world, instantly penetrating its defenses and reaching his soul body. The soul world roared, and under the baptism of the great world laws, the soul body felt extremely comfortable. The talent tree reacted intensely, beginning to absorb the power from the great world. It started to grow rapidly, becoming more robust. The larger the talent tree, the stronger the talents it brings, and the faster it can enhance Lin Moyu's soul power. Gu Qingxian said that most people from small worlds would miss one chance to enhance their talents compared to those from the great world. Lin Moyu knew he was not among them. His 3 talents had long been brought out and merged into one, forming the talent tree. Now, under the baptism of the great world laws, it was growing rapidly. Lin Moyu was eager to see how strong his talents would become after the baptism of the great world laws. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst from the depths of his soul world. The golden light appeared abruptly, illuminating the entire soul world. Even the brilliance of the great world laws was overshadowed by it.
Divine Cauldron!
Lin Moyu exclaimed. The divine cauldron, which had remained dormant since he obtained it, suddenly activated. The divine cauldron flew from the depths of his soul, arriving beside the talent tree, pouring a vast amount of golden light onto it. The golden light, like water, irrigated the talent tree, making it grow even faster. This golden light was the power of divinity, extremely rich and potent. The talent tree emitted joyful sounds, clearly delighted by the divine power from the divine cauldron. This was the second time the talent tree had been irrigated, now by both the great world laws and the divine power. 882, 882. Chapter 882. Talent Enhancement Bearing the Law. Each time the talent tree is watered, it signifies a new round of growth. Lin Moyu could feel the joy and intimacy coming from the talent tree. It was his talent and also his child. Countless branches hung down, incredibly lush. The branches wrapped around his soul body, and then flames ignited on the branches. The purple flames burned his soul once again. The soul felt intense pain, but Lin Moyu was already used to it. This level of pain was nothing to him. In the midst of the pain, the impurities in his soul were once again refined and removed. The soul became sharper and stronger. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt a large amount of divine power being transmitted from the branches into his soul. Crack! A slight cracking sound suddenly echoed in his soul. Lin Moyu felt a lightness throughout his body, as if a shackle had broken. He then saw a white spot appear on his soul's chest. The white spot quickly enlarged before his eyes, revealing a complex rune. The rune flickered, continuously releasing the power of a curse.
The curse of the Great World Rune.
Lin Moyu had seen the Great World Rune before, but this was the first time he saw the Great World Rune within his own body. He immediately recognized that his rune was just a derivative of the true Great World Rune. However, its power still came from the Great World Rune, possessing a strength that ordinary people could not resist. The curse of the rune had always affected him, suppressing the power of his spells and the strength of his skeletons, preventing his spells from bearing the law. Now a crack appeared on the rune. This crack significantly weakened the power of the curse. Lin Moyu understood and immediately tried to let his spells bear the law. A skeletal god warrior appeared in front of him, and Lin Moyu flicked a trace of the undead law onto the skeleton. In the past, as soon as this trace of the law touched the skeleton, it would instantly collapse. Spells could only use their own laws and could not bear external laws, greatly reducing their power. But this time, the skeleton did not collapse. It absorbed the trace of the undead law, and gray-white gas appeared on its body. The skeleton's aura surged, instantly breaking through its previous limits. On the surface, the skeleton's level was still at the first stage of the super god level. This was because Lin Moyu's soul level was at the first stage of the super god level, and the skeleton could not exceed this limit. However, its actual combat power was different. The undead law brought stronger and more lethal attack power to the skeleton, fully unleashing the death aspect of the undead law. Each attack carried a strong aura of death, making the skeletal god warrior like a god of death. The undead law also brought powerful recovery abilities to the skeleton. Even without a Lich General, the skeleton itself would have strong recovery abilities. The death and life aspects of the undead law were perfectly embodied in the skeleton.
I live, you die.
This was the feeling the skeletal god warrior gave Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu conducted several more experiments. He now controlled 2% of the undead law, but his spells could only bear half of it, which was 1%. The power of the curse still existed, just weakened. Even so, it was enough to make him happy. The partial dissolution of the curse's power allowed his spells to bear the law, greatly increasing his strength. He believed that one day, the curse's power would be completely lifted. By then, he would be able to fully unleash the power of his spells. Outside the cultivation room, Gu Qingxuan's eyes showed some worry. She was concerned that Lin Moyu might not successfully bring out his talent. Without the enhancement of talent, his score in the upcoming assessment would not be high. A low score would prevent him from entering the Divine City, limiting his future development. Although this would not affect her relationship with Lin Moyu, and she would still consider him a friend, she would be a bit disappointed.
Is Qin Xian worried?
Elder Luo's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Gu Qingxian saw Elder Luo looking at her with a smile. Her bright eyes turned, and she ran to Elder Luo with a smile.
Do you know something?
Elder Luo's eyes were kind.
Don't worry, his talent has emerged, and it's not weak.
Elder Luo, who presided over the War God Hall, could sense everything happening within it. He could tell whether someone had successfully brought out their talent during the baptism of the Great World Laws. Hearing Elder Luo's words, Gu Qingxian finally felt relieved. As long as his talent had emerged, his assessment score wouldn't be too bad. Elder Luo smiled and asked,
Do you have high hopes for him?
Gu Qingxian nodded.
The first time I met junior brother Lin was in the small world. He gave me an unusual feeling, so I gave him the guiding jade pendant.
Elder Luo understood her meaning.
He shouldn't disappoint you. I hope so. Whether I can enter the Divine City depends on him.
Gu Qingxian said softly. Lin Muyu's performance would affect the rewards she received and her current task. A well-done task would give her a chance to enter the Divine City. The baptism gradually ended, and the Divine Cauldron also stopped watering. The talent tree had grown to 200 meters tall, with purple flames burning at its roots and golden light flowing through its countless branches. The roots of the talent tree extended into an unknown void, continuously absorbing energy and converting it into pure soul power for the soul. Even during cultivation, as long as the soul level increased, the soul power would be replenished in minutes. After the soul was satiated, the excess soul power would spread into the soul world, making it stronger. Lin Moyu checked his soul world. Outside the soul world was a solid shell, like armor, protecting the entire world. Most of the shell had become transparent, like crystal, with only a small part still resembling glass. The soul body had mostly turned jade-colored, with only a small part remaining golden. A jade-colored soul and a crystal world. Reaching this stage meant achieving a 4th-grade soul. A 1st-grade super god, a 2nd-grade true god, a 3rd-grade god king. A 4th-grade soul was the foundation for becoming a god emperor and the most challenging step. Countless people were stuck at this step, unable to progress for millions of years. Lin Moyu, with just 1st-stage super god strength, had nearly reached the 4th-grade soul level. No one would believe it if he told them. After the baptism ended, Lin Moyu checked his talent. Supreme, 2nd-stage spell amplification increased to 200 times. All members of the undead army share damage and life force, reducing damage by 2 times. The undead army and its master will be reborn upon receiving fatal damage, instantly recovering to peak state, with all spells resetting their cooldowns. Rebirth can occur every 50 seconds. His talent had grown to the 2nd stage. Spell amplification had increased from 100 times to 200 times. The damage the undead army had to endure also increased from 1 time to 2 times. This quadrupled the strength of the undead army. Lin Muyu's own reduction in elemental and physical law damage jumped from 10,000 times to 40,000 times. With this level of damage reduction, Lin Moyu felt that even a fifth-stage true god would find it hard to kill him. The cooldown for the full rebirth talent was reduced by 5 seconds, now at 50 seconds. This was also a significant improvement. His talent was so strong it was terrifying. Antares had said never to reveal his talent, and indeed it was wise advice. 883. Chapter 883. Many times, actions speak louder than words. Lin Moyu collected his thoughts and regained his calm and composed demeanor. Gu Qingxian was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Moyu come out, she immediately asked,
"How was it? Did you manage to bring out your talent?"
Although Elder Luo had already given the answer, Gu Qingxian still wanted to hear it directly from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu nodded.
"I brought it out."
Of course he brought out his talent, but it wasn't just now, and it wasn't just one talent either. A smile appeared on Gu Qingxuan's beautiful face.
"It's good that you brought it out. Now let's go for the final assessment. Remember what I told you, for the final assessment you need to go all out and aim for a high rating. If you want to enter the Divine City in the future, this is very important."
The Divine City only accepts talents, and anyone who falls short will not be accepted. Moreover, the better the rating Lin Moyu obtains, the better the reward Gu Qingxian, as his guide, will receive. Earlier, Gu Qingxian had invested 100 points to allow Lin Moyu to receive the best baptism from the Great World Laws. If Lin Muyu's rating is not good, it would be a loss for her. Lin Moyu kept Gu Qingxuan's words in mind. He definitely intended to go to the Divine City. Along the way, he had heard Gu Qingxian mention the Divine City countless times. It was the most coveted place for all cultivators of the human race. Gu Qingxian also wanted to go to the Divine City, and she was working hard towards that goal. Gu Qingxian led Lin Moyu towards the place for the final assessment. Soon, they heard voices coming from a distance. Lin Moyu saw a group of people gathered there. After entering the War God Hall, it had been quiet and cold all the way. Only here was it relatively lively. Lin Moyu recognized those people as the ones who had been queuing outside the registration office. Among them were newcomers like himself as well as guides like Gu Qingxian. Lin Muyu's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. They had all seen the way Lin Moyu had stared at the 5 big characters in front of the War God Hall. Some people's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. They were all from small worlds, all super gods, all talents from their respective small worlds, and all extremely arrogant. Why could Lin Moyu stare at the 5 characters while they couldn't? Did that mean they were inferior to him? Lin Moyu ignored their gazes and quietly went to the back of the queue. The assessment was conducted in a closed room, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Only after the assessment was completed would a final rating be given. As for the process, it was strictly confidential. It was said that apart from the war god Shao Zhantian himself, no one could peek into it. This strictly protected the privacy of those being assessed. Gu Qingxian pointed to the side of the assessment room.
"Look, there's a star crystal over there. After the assessment is completed, the star crystal will light up, indicating the rating obtained. White represents fair, green represents good, red represents excellent, and gold represents extreme."
To go to the Divine City, obtaining at least a good rating was the basic requirement. If one wanted to have a better chance, an extreme rating was necessary. Lin Moyu suddenly became curious.
"Have you been assessed before?"
Gu Qingxian did not hide it.
"I have, and my rating was extreme."
As the Night Wind God's disciple, Gu Qingxuan's talents were undoubtedly good. Obtaining an extreme rating was normal for her. However, even Gu Qingxian, who had an extreme rating, still hadn't been able to enter the Divine City. This showed how difficult it was to enter the Divine City. At this moment, the star crystal lit up with a faint red glow, indicating an excellent rating, but the red was rather dim. Gu Qingxian explained,
"Even with the same excellent rating, there are differences in strength. The brighter the glow, the higher the rating within the same level. A glow like this is considered a low excellent, the lowest within the excellent level."
Before Gu Qingxuan's words had even finished, A cold voice suddenly came from nearby.
Even a low excellent is still better than others. I wonder what rating the person you brought will get.
Looking over, a man was glaring at Gu Qingxian with ill intent in his eyes. Gu Qingxuan's words had clearly made him feel uncomfortable. The man glared at Gu Qingxian, as if challenging her to compare. Gu Qingxian said indifferently,
We'll have to see.
The man sneered.
I remember you. We took a task from the Divine City together before. So it seems we're still competitors.
Gu Qingxian tried to recall but shook her head.
I don't remember you.
Gu Qingxian was extremely beautiful. No matter where she went, she would attract attention. It was normal for others to remember her. As for the man, although his aura was very strong and not weaker than Gu Qingxuan's, his appearance was too ordinary, like a passerby. The man hesitated slightly, his voice gradually becoming louder.
You'll remember me. My name is Xingaoxian, and my name will resound throughout the Divine City in the future.
His words were full of confidence. Lin Moyu nodded inwardly. Although this guy was a bit arrogant, he also had confidence. To become a strong cultivator, confidence is the foundation. Firm belief, unyielding will, and unremitting effort are all indispensable. If one lacks even confidence, how can one become a strong cultivator? Gu Qingxian only smiled faintly and said nothing more. There was no need to argue with others. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. In this regard, she was very similar to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu and Gu Qingxian exchanged a smile, each understanding what the other was thinking. The door opened, and a person walked out. He seemed a little weak, with the laws still surging violently on his body, not yet settled. Battle is the best way to test one's strength, and this saying applies everywhere. After he came out, another person stood in front of the room and placed his hand on the star crystal. The star crystal lit up slightly, projecting a few numbers. 98. Then the door opened, and he walked in. Gu Qingxian explained.
98 is his age. Age is also part of the assessment. Generally speaking, for those of equal strength, the younger one will receive a higher rating.
Lin Moyu could understand. Among super gods of the same level, the younger one usually indicates higher talents and greater potential. Although it's not absolute, it is true in most cases. The lifespan of a super god starts from 500 years. With each higher stage, the lifespan increases by 100 years. At 98 years old, one is considered quite young for a super god. Lin Moyu saw a hint of surprise in the eyes of some people. They were clearly astonished that the other party was so young.
Not even 100 years old, not bad, not bad.
His guide was very satisfied. Gu Qingxian also said softly,
He is quite young. To reach the super god level before 100 years old is considered average in the great world.
Lin Moyu asked,
At what age do people in the great world generally reach the super god level?
Gu Qingxian pondered for a moment.
It's hard to say, as there's a big difference. Reaching the super god level before 100 years old is considered good. If one can reach the super god level before 80, that's considered a talent. It's said that in the Divine City, there are some prodigies who can reach the super god level before 50.
Lin Moyu thought of his own small world. At the most dangerous time, the revival of the world's power could allow an ordinary person to reach the god level in just a few years. But this method was akin to forcing growth, which would be detrimental in the long run. People in the great world would certainly not do such a thing. So being able to reach the super god level by 50 was indeed very strong. Gu Qingxian did not ask about Lin Muyu's age. She would find out soon enough, so there was no need to ask. 3 hours later, the star crystal lit up again. A red glow illuminated the surroundings, indicating an excellent rating, but the red glow was brighter than the previous person's.
Excellent, upper middle level.
His guide couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, his eyes becoming proud. Being able to guide a person with an excellent rating meant he would receive good benefits. Although they all had an excellent rating, there were still differences in strength. In fact, the human race was fully capable of further subdividing the ratings, but they chose not to. Lin Moyu could roughly understand why they didn't subdivide further. This was only a temporary rating, and no one knew what the future held. If they really subdivided, then everyone wouldn't need to compare anymore. It would just depend on whose talents were stronger. Talent is only one aspect. In actual combat, one must also consider battle experience, skill in using techniques, and overall comprehensive strength. 884. Chapter 884. A 28-year-old super god. Are you kidding me? One by one, people underwent the assessment and most results were
Good.
few managed to achieve an
Excellent.
rating, and even those who did were on the lower end of the scale. The red glow on the star crystal was extremely faint. However, anyone who achieved an
Excellent.
rating would excite their guide and earn envious glances from others. Even Gu Qingxian sometimes showed a hint of envy. Lin Muyu noticed that most of these people were between 95 and 200 years old, with strengths ranging from the first to the third stage of the super god level. He also observed that even those at the third stage of the super god level did not necessarily receive high ratings. This indicated that the assessment was not solely based on current strength but gave different scores based on various factors. Finally, it was Lin Muyu's turn. Shang Gaoxian teased.
Kid, it's your turn.
Half of his comment was directed at Gu Qingxian, who responded with a light hum and said to Lin Muyu,
Don't be nervous. Just follow the instructions inside.
Lin Muyu smiled.
Don't worry.
He knew that something shocking was about to happen. The first surprise would be his age. Lin Muyu couldn't quite remember if he was 28 or 29 years old this year. Either way, he was under 30. Time had become a bit chaotic while comprehending the laws, and he didn't bother to keep track. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Muyu placed his hand on the star crystal. A set of numbers suddenly appeared.
28.
The two digits were strikingly eye-catching. Gu Qingxian couldn't help but gasp, her eyes full of disbelief. Everyone else was also in shock.
Impossible. It can't be just 28. How could he be 28? A 28-year-old super god? Unheard of. Even the prodigies in the divine city can't achieve that. The star crystal must be broken. This guy must be at least 128 years old. Yes, that's it. The star crystal must be broken.
No one believed Lin Muyu's age. A 28-year-old super god was simply unheard of. Lin Moyu had anticipated their disbelief and ignored their reactions, walking straight into the assessment room. The door closed with a slight rumble. At this moment, the space slightly twisted, and Elder Luo appeared before everyone. Hearing the commotion, he frowned slightly.
Silence.
Everyone immediately fell silent. Elder Luo guarded the war god hall and possessed unfathomable strength. None of them dared to disobey. Elder Luo glanced at the numbers on the star crystal.
Who just went in?
Gu Qingxian immediately replied.
It was Lin Moyu.
Elder Luo nodded.
Not bad, young and promising.
Then, Elder Luo's gaze swept over the crowd.
Confidence is good, but ignorance is not. Take some time to read the war god records.
After saying this, Elder Luo's figure disappeared. It took a while for everyone to regain their composure.
What did Elder Luo mean? The war god records? Isn't that the book that records the life deeds of the war god? Why did he tell us to read that?
Gu Qingxian quickly accessed the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network stored all the information of the human race, and the public sections were freely accessible. Gu Qingxian quickly found the war god records and, after a brief look, widened her eyes.
The war god also achieved the super god level at 28.
Gu Qingxian was full of disbelief. Others also checked the war god records and showed expressions of astonishment.
Is Elder Luo suggesting that this kid can be compared to the war god? Don't be ridiculous. He's just a lucky guy from a small world. How could he compare to the war god? The war god is a legendary figure. How could this kid be mentioned in the same breath? Regardless, he did reach the super god level at 28, which shows his potential is indeed remarkable.
Everyone debated endlessly. Gu Qingxian was still in shock. She hadn't expected that the person she whimsically decided to guide would have such extraordinary talent. She now had great confidence that Lin Moyu would achieve an
excellent
rating and
extreme
was also possible. Inside the assessment room, Lin Moyu found himself once again in a starry sky, identical to the one in the cultivation room. However, the starry sky in the cultivation room was simulated by formations, while this one was created by the Human Emperor Network. One was real, the other virtual, fundamentally different. In the starry sky, numerous alien races appeared. Among them were insect races, wild beast races, bull-headed races, and many others Lin Moyu had never seen before. Some looked like clumps of weeds swaying in the starry sky, while others were spherical with sharp teeth. Lin Muyu's gaze swept over them, counting exactly 100 aliens, one from each race. The aura emanating from these aliens indicated they were all at the first stage of the super god level, the same as his own level. Although he knew these aliens were virtual creations of the Human Emperor Network, they were so realistic that it was hard to distinguish them from reality. These aliens stood motionless in the starry sky, like targets.
Please use your spells to destroy the alien targets. The more you destroy, the higher your score. You have 30 minutes.
A mechanical voice instructed Lin Moyu on what to do. Lin Moyu understood that these virtual aliens had the same vitality and defense as their real counterparts, except they wouldn't attack. The score depended on how quickly he could kill them. Since this was in the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyu could unleash his full power without reservation. Remembering Gu Qingxuan's advice, he decided to go all out to achieve a high score. He was determined to go to the Divine City, driven by his pursuit of power and his desire to protect his small world and his sleeping wife. With a flick of his finger, the undead world descended. Stellar level spell, Death Gaze. The starry sky dimmed, and the brilliant starlight was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. A 10,000-meter death eye opened, staring at its targets. Instantly, some aliens perished. The Human Emperor Network was incredibly advanced, perfectly replicating his spells in this virtual world, with effects almost identical to the real world. Death Gaze could instantly kill beings of the same level unless their soul defenses were exceptionally strong. The first alien fell and the massacre began. Lin Moyu locked onto his targets with his soul and unleashed another spell. Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion wreaked havoc, and in the blink of an eye, countless aliens were dead. To Lin Moyu, a mere 100 aliens were nothing. He had faced hundreds of thousands, even millions of enemies in his small world without flinching. 100 was not even enough for a warm-up. He didn't need to use other spells or laws. With just 2 spells, in less than 5 seconds, he had killed them all. After 5 seconds, the starry sky was filled with corpses. The smell of blood permeated the starry sky, a scent that came from the soul, instantly enveloping a large area.
Even the smell of blood can be simulated. The Human Emperor Network is truly powerful.
Lin Moyu thought to himself.
Preparing for the second round of testing, please wait.
885. Chapter 885. The Significance of the Assessment. 10 minutes later, a large number of aliens appeared again in the starry sky. The number of races remained the same, still 100 different races. The quantity also did not change, still 100. However, the strength of the alien targets had changed, from the first stage of the super god level to the second stage of the super god level. At the super god level, each stage increase represents a tremendous change in strength. The defense power at least doubles or triples. But for Lin Moyu, it didn't matter much. In the deep space, he killed 5th stage super god monsters as easily as cutting vegetables. Moreover, now, after the baptism of the great world laws, his talent had greatly enhanced. His spells could now bear the laws, and his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Second stage super gods were nothing in front of him, easily destroyed.
Please use your spells to destroy the alien targets. The more you destroy, the higher your score. You have 30 minutes.
The same prompt as before sounded. Lin Moyu chuckled.
I don't need 30 minutes, not even 1 minute.
The undead world descended again. But this time it was very different. Gray-white gas clusters appeared in the undead world, representing the undead law. In the soul world, the spell star of Death Gaze was also wrapped in gray-white gas clusters. Lin Moyu used the undead law, integrating 1% of it into the spell star of Death Gaze. With the integration of the undead law, the attack power of Death Gaze instantly increased several times. The soul attack now carried the breath of death. In the attack, the soul would be corroded and quickly decay. Almost instantly, several alien targets were killed. Then came the booming sound that echoed through the starry sky. Corpse Explosion was the most unreasonable of all Lin Muyu's spells. Its power was entirely determined by the vitality of the corpse. The stronger the corpse, the greater the power. Lin Moyu had thought that if he could get the corpse of an invincible strongman, he could kill another invincible strongman. Now, with the corpse of a second-stage supergod, he could kill other second-stage supergods. A few seconds later, the starry sky fell silent again.
Preparing for the third test, please wait.
Lin Moyu heard the prompt and smiled slightly.
This time, it should be the third stage of the supergod level.
After 2 tests, Lin Moyu already understood the assessment method. It was to continuously challenge the limits and finally get the corresponding score. Soon, the third test began. Apart from the target's level being raised to the third stage of the supergod level, nothing else changed. Third stage supergods could no longer be instantly killed by Death Gaze. Lin Moyu added a new spell. Red light filled the air, and the fusion spell. Time Curse. Death Gaze, combined with Time Curse, caused massive damage to the soul. Almost instantly, a third-stage supergod target was killed. Once one was killed, the rest were easy to handle. Another round of unreasonable bombardment quickly cleared the field. The time was still the same, just over 10 seconds. The Human Emperor Network's prompt sounded again, preparing for the fourth test. Soon, fourth-stage supergod targets appeared. Apart from the target's level being raised to the fourth stage of the supergod level, nothing else changed. This time, relying solely on Death Gaze and Time Curse was no longer enough to kill them. Lin Moyu had to use other spells. In the soul world, many spell stars were wrapped in gray-white gas clusters. The spells bore the laws, greatly enhancing their power. After the curse of the great world rune in his soul weakened, the summoning spells benefited the most. The strength of the skeletons greatly increased. Even without the talent boost, they had the power of the first stage of the supergod level, though they were the weakest among the first stage. With the talent boost and the Lich General's enhancement, they could defeat second stage supergods. Now, with the integration of the undead law, the skeletons had the combat power of third stage supergods. With the combat power of third stage supergods, killing fourth stage supergods only took a little time. This time, Lin Moyu took 1 minute to kill the first alien target. Then came another round of bombardment. Corpse Explosion was just that unreasonable. Unless there were no corpses, Lin Moyu could cause massive destruction.
I'm approaching my limit.
Lin Moyu looked at the empty void, waiting for the fifth test to begin. He roughly knew his combat limit was around the sixth stage of the supergod level. Beyond that, although the opponent couldn't kill him, he would also find it difficult to kill the opponent. Lin Moyu felt a bit helpless about this imbalance between attack and defense. Ultimately, it was because of the curse of the Great World Rune, which greatly suppressed the power of his spells. If the curse could disappear, Lin Moyu believed he could be invincible among supergods. Although he could currently dominate among supergods, he couldn't claim invincibility. Unless he could get a corpse of the same level, then he could ignore levels and kill his way through. The fifth test began. Facing fifth-stage supergod targets, Lin Moyu summoned the Skeletal God General. After integrating the undead law, the Skeletal God General had the attack power of a fourth-stage supergod. It took a few minutes to grind down a fifth-stage supergod target. Then Corpse Explosion cleared the field. When the sixth test began, facing sixth-stage supergod targets, Lin Moyu truly felt the challenge. Death Knight, Skeletal God General, Bone Spikes, Death Gaze, Time Curse. He used all kinds of spells, including integrating 2% of the undead law into the target, using the death aspect of the law to corrode the target. The defense of the 6th-stage super god was too strong, and his attacks had little effect. The test time was 30 minutes, and it wasn't until the 28th minute that Lin Moyu barely managed to kill one alien target. With a corpse, the rest was easier. Another round of bombardment finally cleared the field before the test time ended. Lin Moyu knew he had reached his limit. He couldn't pass the 7th test. However, he also knew his performance was already excellent. Others might struggle to pass the 3rd test, let alone clear it. Challenging 6 stages was extremely difficult, known only to those who experienced it. As he waited, the 7th test began. Facing 7th-stage super god targets, Lin Moyu truly couldn't handle it. Any spell that hit the target felt like scratching an itch, unable to break through the defense. Lin Moyu used the Strong Soldier spell, which increased damage by 500%. But it was still useless. The difference of one stage was like heaven and earth. Lin Moyu realized another significance of this assessment. It was to make you understand your limits, to know your own strength. Outside, don't seek death. As long as you live, there is hope. Once you die, everything is over. This method of teaching was very effective for Lin Moyu. 30 minutes passed and all the alien targets disappeared. The void echoed with the prompt.
First round of assessment complete. The second round will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare.
The second round of assessment.
The first round tested attack power. The second round should test defense or actual combat. Both are possible.
Lin Moyu thought of the previous assessors, who all showed signs of battle when they came out. Clearly, there must be battles in the assessment. 10 minutes passed quickly. A huge figure appeared before Lin Moyu. It wasn't a target. It was a real alien. Its upper body was human, holding a 5-meter-long spear. Its lower body was like a horse, with 4 hooves burning with fierce flames.
Second round, first test. Kill the enemy before you.
886. Chapter 886. Instant kill all the way, no different from targets. The mechanical prompt sounded, devoid of any emotion. Lin Moyu suspected it was intentionally made this way. Otherwise, even a puppet would have emotions.
Second round, first test. Kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes.
Just a simple sentence with no additional information. As the words fell, the battle immediately began. The half-human, half-horse alien, stepping on flames, charged with a long spear. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a meteor, leaving a long trail in the starry sky. Its aura was not apparent, making it impossible to judge its strength level. But Lin Moyu could feel that the opponent had locked onto his soul. The wings of the undead spread, cutting off the soul lock, and Lin Moyu instantly distanced himself. At the same time, a detection spell flew out. Using a detection spell before a battle had become Lin Muyu's instinct. He didn't know if other small worlds were like this, but at least Lin Moyu was used to it. In his small world, there was a saying,
When in doubt, use a detection spell.
The detection spell quickly returned information. Centaur race. Level. Super God realm. Characteristics. Extremely fast. Proficient in manipulating fire element laws. Be careful of their hooves. Lin Moyu noticed that the detection spell had changed. As he entered the Great World and received the baptism of the Great World laws, the detection spell also underwent some subtle changes. These changes were very ingenious, only the user could feel them. From the outside, the detection spell no longer had a light breeze, as if it directly acted on the target. That feeling was like a soul lock. Lin Moyu didn't know if it was the same in reality or just because he was in the virtual world of the Human Emperor network. The detection spell did not provide the opponent's specific level, only indicating that the opponent was in the super god realm. As Lin Moyu dodged, the centaur's attack landed where he had been. The starry sky exploded, and a massive law aura erupted. When it attacked, its aura was not apparent, but at the moment of impact, it fully erupted. This made its power greater and more difficult to defend against. Lin Moyu became vigilant.
This is not a target, nor a monster. Aliens, like us humans, also possess strong combat capabilities. I must not be careless.
Lin Moyu warned himself not to be careless just because he had defenses that could rival the super god realm. From the centaur's attack, it seemed to have the attack power of the first stage of the super god realm. But the centaur's speed was very fast, surpassing the first stage of the super god realm, likely reaching the second stage. This matched the information returned by the detection spell. After dodging an attack, Lin Moyu did not continue to tangle. This was an assessment, and he needed to make the most of his time. With a flick of his finger, the undead world descended upon the starry sky. The eye of the undead opened, staring at the centaur. A massive soul attack suddenly launched, not giving the centaur a chance to launch a second attack, instantly killing it. Lin Moyu heard it scream before it died. The human emperor network was too realistic. Even the soul's pain could be expressed. Before the centaur died, its ferocious expression was vividly portrayed.
Second round, first test passed. The second test will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare.
The emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Lin Moyu guessed that the second test would likely involve a second stage super god realm alien. If this continued, he was confident he could pass more than 10 tests. Even a 9th stage super god realm couldn't kill him. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, as long as he could survive for 30 minutes, he would pass. However, Lin Moyu was unsure if the Human Emperor Network could fully display his talent for complete soul rebirth. After all, his talent was too abnormal, even capable of soul rebirth, completely restoring a destroyed soul world. In Antares' long life, he had never heard of such a talent. 10 minutes later, the second test began.
Second round, second test. Kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes.
A clump of weeds appeared in front of him. The weeds looked no different from other weeds. Except they were bigger and thicker, everything else was the same. Lin Moyu could even see the roots, rooted in the void. A detection spell flew out. Star Grass Race. Level: Super God Realm. Characteristics: extremely strong vitality. Can hide in the void. Difficult to kill. Lin Moyu thought of a saying.
Wildfire cannot destroy it. It grows again with the spring breeze.
Plant-based races generally have strong vitality, just like plant-based monsters. But when facing soul-level attacks, before the star grass could act, the eye of the undead had already stared at it. This time, gray-white gas appeared in the eye of the undead. The undead law was integrated, greatly enhancing the attack power. The star grass race didn't have time to attack and was instantly killed. The battle ended in less than a second. Even if the star grass race could hide its seeds in the void, preserving a last bit of life. But once the soul was destroyed, it couldn't survive. The soul is the foundation of everything, the same for any race.
Second round, second test passed. The third test will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare.
The emotionless prompt sounded again.
The next one should be a third stage super god realm. The undead gaze, combined with the time curse, should be able to instantly kill the opponent. Using the skeletal god warriors, enhanced by the law, can also surround and kill.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu decided to use the simplest method. 1,000 undead soldiers appeared around him, each integrated with the undead law, enhanced by the Lich General, possessing the combat power of the third stage of the Super God Realm. With them, Lin Moyu felt he could take a break. 10 minutes later, another alien appeared. It had the combat power of the third stage of the Super God Realm. As soon as the test began, the undead soldiers swarmed. Various attacks, carrying the destructive aura of the undead law, engulfed the alien. Instant kill. Another instant kill. A battle without suspense. Soon, the fourth test began. For this, Lin Moyu summoned the Death Knights. As the second-ranked unit in the undead army, 1,000 Death Knights, spewing dragon breath, instantly annihilated the opponent. In the fifth test, Lin Moyu used the skeletal god generals. This time, it wasn't an instant kill. 1,000 skeletal god generals surrounded the opponent, bombarding it for over 10 seconds before killing it. The first 5 tests went smoothly. For Lin Moyu, it didn't matter if they were targets or not. Either they were instantly killed or surrounded and beaten to death. It wasn't until the 6th test that Lin Moyu encountered some trouble. Starry Sky Python. Level: Super God Realm. Characteristics: extremely strong defense against elemental and physical laws. The 6th test's alien was a python over 6,000 meters long. The massive python coiled in the starry sky, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Very terrifying. But Lin Moyu felt nothing. Size doesn't determine strength. Everything has 2 sides. The larger the size, the stronger the attack power, but the larger the target area. With a thought, 10,000 skeletal god generals and 10,000 death knights appeared in the starry sky. They swarmed, surrounding the starry sky python, and began the attack. The starry sky python fiercely counterattacked, its massive body wielding terrifying power, constantly sending the skeletal god generals flying, but unable to kill them. Under the siege of the skeletal god generals and death knights, it couldn't reach Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continuously unleashed the undead law, which carried a deadly aura, corroding the python's body. 887, 887. Chapter 887. The younger you are, the longer the assessment time. Under the relentless siege of the skeletal god generals and death knights, the starry sky python persisted for 25 minutes before finally being killed in frustration. Lin Moyu had expected this result. Just like shooting targets, the 6th stage of the super god realm was his attack limit. Beyond that, he couldn't defeat them, though they couldn't kill him either. He knew that from the next test onwards, he would switch roles from how to kill the enemy to how to stay alive and endure for 30 minutes. For Lin Moyu, this was very simple, even more relaxing. As the 7th test began, Lin Moyu summoned his undead army again. This time, there were no skeletal god generals or death knights. A total of 1.49 million undead soldiers filled the starry sky almost entirely. Lin Moyu was in the center of the army. To kill Lin Moyu, one would have to get through the undead army first. But the undead army was not so easy to get rid of. The alien that appeared was dumbfounded, feeling at a loss on how to start. Through the perspective of the undead, Lin Moyu saw this alien. Ox Demon Race. Level: Super God Realm. Characteristics: extremely powerful physical attacks, proficient in physical laws. This virtual alien was very similar to the alien god that confronted the Night Wind Godlord when Lin Moyu had just left the small world. Lin Moyu now knew that they were called the Ox Demon Race, with bull horns quite fitting. The Ox Demon Race excelled in using physical laws, and their weapons were also extremely heavy. The virtual Ox Demon wielded a huge axe, each swing seeming to split the starry sky apart. The enormous force exploded in the starry sky, blasting away hundreds or thousands of skeletons with each strike. But more skeletons would immediately surge forward, trapping it in place, unable to advance. The attacks from the undead fell on it like scratching an itch, causing no damage at all. Whether physical, elemental, or soul attacks, the effect was about the same. Lin Moyu tried using Time Curse combined with Undead Gaze. At most, it only caused some effect, making the Ox Demon feel pain. As a result, it only became more frenzied. Lin Moyu gave up attacking and just had the undead army surround it. The Ox Demon attacked frantically, swinging its axe non-stop, its law aura lingering in the starry sky. No matter how it attacked, it could not break free from the undead army's encirclement. The undead army was simply too numerous, surrounding it in layers upon layers, totaling 1.49 million. After 30 minutes, the test ended. The Ox Demon turned into a cluster of starlight and disappeared from sight. The usual prompt sounded, and the 8th test would begin in 10 minutes. Lin Moyu did not dismiss the undead army, as he would just have to summon them again later. Too much trouble. 10 minutes later, the 8th test began. The undead army surrounded the enemy in the same shameless way, with no artistry at all. This fighting method was almost unscrupulous. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either. The rules simply stated to either kill the enemy or survive for 30 minutes without being killed. Lin Moyu was just following the rules. Outside the assessment room, a group of people had grown impatient. For a normal person's assessment, the fast ones took an hour or two, the slow ones 2 or 3 hours. Lin Moyu had been in there for half a day already, over 8 hours. They had never seen such a situation before.
What's going on? This kid has been in there for so long. Why hasn't the assessment ended yet? Could it be that the younger you are, the longer the assessment time? Don't guess blindly. All the assessment rules are the same. That leaves only one possibility. He must have spent a lot of time on each test. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Gu Qingxian listened to the discussions, also feeling uneasy. She didn't know what was happening inside the assessment room that caused such a long delay. Everything happening inside was strictly confidential. No one could know. So no matter how anxious she was, it was useless. She could only wait. Inside the assessment room, an extremely complex formation was operating. Lin Moyu stood in the center, eyes closed, his consciousness fully entering the human emperor network. His personal assessment was still ongoing. In the human emperor network, raging flames burned in the starry sky. All the undead were trapped in the sea of fire, the Lich General frantically healing, but the undead army remained unharmed in the flames. Lin Moyu saw the enemy for this test, a mass of raging flames. In the center of the flames was a huge rock. All the flames seemed to emanate from this rock. The detection spell still provided corresponding information. Demon Rock Race. Level True God Realm. Characteristics. The Demon Rock Race is born with the ability to control elements. Upon reaching adulthood, they automatically master the corresponding elemental laws. 10 seconds ago, Lin Muyu's new test had officially begun.
Second round, 10th test. Kill the enemy in front of you, or survive for 30 minutes without being killed.
This was already the 10th test of the second round. Lin Moyu now faced a first-stage True God Realm opponent. The first stage of the True God Realm was far stronger than the 9th stage of the Super God Realm. Crossing that major realm boundary meant an exponential increase in strength. The moment it appeared, the flames of the fire laws enveloped the entire starry sky, almost devouring the entire undead army. The power of the fire laws was immense, but still not enough to kill the undead army. Elemental resistance, fusion 100% passive skill. Self and summons are immune to all elemental attacks. Damage from all elemental laws is reduced by half. After being baptized by the Great World Laws, Lin Muyu's talent was greatly enhanced. The undead army's elemental law damage reduction reached 200 times. Even with the powerful True God Realm laws, which could inflict heavy damage on the undead army, the Lich General's relentless healing still allowed the undead army to survive. As for Lin Moyu himself, he also had the passive damage transfer skill. He could reduce all damage by half. Combined with his talent, it became 200 times reduction. The two skills interacted, resulting in a staggering 40,000 times damage reduction in the end. If 40,000 points of damage fell on Lin Moyu, the undead army would only need to bear 1 point of it. This monstrous level of defense was Lin Muyu's greatest confidence. It seemed the Demon Rock Race could only attack with elemental laws and had no other means. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Moyu endured again. 10 minutes later, a second stage True God Realm opponent appeared. Lin Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, a beast race appeared. The detection spell immediately popped up. Beast Race. Level True God Realm. Characteristics. Innately immune to all normal attacks. Laws must be used to kill them. The Beast King before him was over 100 meters long and extremely massive. 19 strands of fur hung down from its head. A Beast Emperor has 9 strands of fur, representing the Super God Realm. With each higher realm, another strand is added. Up to 18 strands for the True God Realm. 19 strands was precisely the second stage of the True God Realm. When the Beast King appeared, it let out a soul-shaking roar. A soul attack thundered forth, but Lin Muyu's soul quality had almost reached the 4th grade. His soul strength was on par with a God King. The second stage True God Realm's soul attack was nothing to him. As it roared, The undead army had already surrounded and tightly enclosed it. 888. Chapter 888. The limit of the undead army transforming into a meat shield. The second stage true god-level wild beast rampaged within the encirclement of the undead army. Its fur lashed out like a whip, each strike bursting with astonishing power. Mysterious laws entwined around it, making its attacks incredibly powerful. Any skeleton struck by the whip would immediately shatter into pieces. However, in the next second, under the effect of the undying undead spell, the shattered skeletons quickly reassembled and returned to their original state. The second stage true god-level wild beast's attack power had already reached the limit that the skeletons could endure. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and the skeletons retreated, replaced by Death Knights and Skeletal Dragons. In terms of defense, the Death Knights and Skeletal Dragons were much stronger than the skeletons, barely withstanding the wild beast's attacks. As long as they weren't killed in one hit, the Lich General could quickly heal them. In this way, no matter how frenzied the wild beast's attacks were, it couldn't break free from the encirclement of the undead army, let alone threaten Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu seemed to understand another purpose of this assessment.
It seems to be demonstrating the attack methods of various races to me. Although the Human Emperor Network also has corresponding information, simulating battles requires a fee. But now, this opportunity is free.
Lin Muyu's lips curled up slightly. Such a free opportunity should not be wasted. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The wild beast disappeared, and Lin Moyu began preparing for the next assessment. In the next round, he would face a third-stage true god-level enemy. The attack power of a third-stage true god would completely exceed the limit that the undead army could endure. However, after a brief consideration, Lin Moyu still decided to use the encirclement tactic of the undead army. He wanted to see the limit of the undead army. Could a third-stage true god completely break his undead army?
Second round, 12 test. Kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes without being killed.
A figure appeared before him, wings spread wide, dimming the starlight and giving Lin Moyu a sense of being overshadowed.
Vampire!
This person looked exactly like the vampires he had seen before, but taller and with larger wings. As he appeared, the starlight seemed to carry a scent of blood. Vampire. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics. Vampires can combine their own blood with the blood of other races to create blood slaves. Be careful not to be bitten by their fangs. The vampire attacked the moment he appeared. He flapped his wings, scattering countless blades formed by laws, each blade extremely powerful. His attack power completely exceeded the limit that the undead army could endure, and it did not trigger the full connection talent, allowing him to directly kill the undead army. Even the skeletal dragons couldn't withstand his attacks. The undead army fell like wheat, but in the next second, they revived completely intact. The undying undead spell star shone brightly, continuously operating. Each skeleton had 5 chances to resurrect within 3 minutes. Only on the 6th death would they truly die. Lin Moyu had anticipated this, so he remained calm, just watching quietly. Soon, a batch of the undead army completed their mission, collapsing on the 6th death. A large number of light spots disappeared from the summoning spell star. At least over 100,000 undead truly died. However, only 5 minutes had passed since the test began. At this rate, by the end of the test, at least half of the undead army would be dead. Lin Moyu was testing the limit, not sending them to their deaths. With a thought, he summoned a new skeletal god warrior. The spell linkage mechanism was activated, and 8 spell stars lit up simultaneously. In an instant, skeletal god warriors, death knights, and skeletal dragons continuously appeared at an astonishing speed. The entire process was automatic, without Lin Moyu needing to lift a finger. The first replenishment of the undead army was very effective. Another batch of the undead army was killed, but the newly summoned undead quickly filled the gap. The replenishment speed was so fast that it was only slightly slower than the vampire's killing speed. The vampire killed quickly, but Lin Moyu replenished just as fast. By the end of the 30 minutes, the undead army had hardly decreased. The test was very effective and Lin Moyu was very satisfied. The undead army could fight while replenishing with a very high limit.
Let's try a fourth stage true god.
Lin Moyu thought, preparing to see if he could withstand the power of a fourth stage true god. He had turned this test into his own experimental ground. During the 10-minute wait, the undead army was fully replenished, returning to its full strength of 1.49 million. Soon, a new opponent appeared before him. A fourth stage true god-level opponent appeared in the starry sky. This time it was a demon. Not the kind from the abyss world, but a true demon. Demon race. Level, true god realm. Characteristics. Possessing demon bloodline. Their combat power is top-notch among their peers. The demon's combat power was very strong, almost invincible among its peers. After appearing, it stared at Lin Moyu through the undead army. The demon's gaze was fierce, filled with bloodlust and cruelty. The human emperor network was too realistic, almost identical to a real demon. The demon roared angrily, throwing a punch. The starry sky shook violently, and a massive fist appeared, covering the sky. With one punch, nearly half of the undead army was killed. Lin Muyu's heart skipped a beat. The power of this punch was beyond his imagination. The difference between a fourth stage true god and a third stage true god was enormous. Or perhaps it was because the opponent was a demon, making the difference so vast. The dead undead revived in the next second, but the demon's second and third punches followed immediately. The newly revived undead army was killed again. Lin Muyu's expression changed completely. At this rate, the undead army wouldn't last a few minutes. The demon's killing power had completely exceeded the limit that the undead army could endure. The killing speed was too fast for him to replenish. The wings of the undead flapped, and Lin Moyu flew up, transforming into a meat shield to block the demon's attacks for the undead army. The demon's original target was Lin Moyu. Seeing him approach, it launched a fierce attack. The undead army quickly dispersed, and the Lich General rapidly healed them. Lin Muyu's intervention immediately stabilized the situation. Lin Muyu's defense was much stronger than the undead army's. After multiple layers of weakening, the demon's attacks could no longer cause the undead army to collapse simultaneously. The Lich General had enough time to heal them. Lin Moyu cast bone armor on himself. The bone armor activated the spell linkage. In an instant, the demon was surrounded by white light. Bone prison, bone fangs, and bone spears continuously appeared on its body. As long as it attacked Lin Moyu, the bone spell's counterattacks wouldn't stop. Lin Moyu was like a porcupine. If you touched him, you would get hurt. Although the bone spells couldn't harm the demon, they could at least cause some disturbance. Besides that, Lin Moyu used various other spells in turn. However, the difference in levels was too great, more than one major realm and 3 minor realms. Lin Muyu's attacks had no effect on the demon. Lin Moyu was also certain that a fourth stage true god's attacks couldn't kill him either. 889, 889. Chapter 889. Legendary Rating. Lin Moyu acted as a solid meat shield. In front of the fourth stage true god-level demon, he endured nearly 30 minutes of relentless bombardment. Only when the demon disappeared did Lin Moyu breathe a sigh of relief. The next round would be against a fifth stage super god, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand it. However, he already had an idea of how to handle it. This was an assessment, and he needed to delay as long as possible. The human emperor network seemed to have simulated an infinite starry sky, and this space was indeed vast. The undead army had completely dispersed, with distances between them exceeding 1,000 meters. Some had become invisible to the naked eye, appearing only as small dots. When the test began, Lin Moyu saw the alien in front of him.
Insect race!
Lin Moyu was startled. This time it was indeed the insect race. This insect was over 10,000 meters long, with hundreds of giant legs, each over 100 meters long and as sharp as serrated blades. The insect's head had 10 pairs of compound eyes, staring coldly, mercilessly, and bloodthirstily at Lin Moyu. Various scenarios instantly filled his mind. Lin Moyu instinctively sensed danger. While using a detection spell, he flapped his undead wings and frantically retreated. A sharp screech sounded behind him. The insect spat out a beam of light, hitting him accurately. His body was instantly struck with immense force, pushing him tens of thousands of meters away. The attack contained both physical and soul damage. His soul world trembled, but fortunately, his soul quality was high and his defense strong, blocking the attack. His body emitted a faint white light, weakening the damage and transferring it to the undead army. The undead army instantly suffered a fatal blow, collapsing and then reviving.
Such a strong attack.
The attack power of a fifth-stage supergod had increased several times, enough to completely collapse the undead army. As long as the attacks continued, his talent would be triggered. Lin Moyu understood this, so he chose to retreat at the start of the battle, delaying as much as possible. At this moment, the detection spell finally returned information. Star-devouring insect race. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics. Known for their numbers, the elite war insects of the star-devouring insect race also possess astonishing combat power. Never let the insect race surround you, or it will be very dangerous. Lin Moyu looked at the information, understanding the situation. He had once spied on the structure of the insect race and seen the mother nest. He knew that a single mother nest could command countless insects. Once surrounded, not even bones would remain. The insect race had both ordinary war insects and elite war insects, and the elite war insects were not weak at the same level. Lin Moyu thought about this while flapping his undead wings, swiftly maneuvering through the starry sky. The giant insect chased him, continuously attacking. The undead wings cut off the soul lock, allowing Lin Moyu to avoid most attacks. Only occasionally, when he couldn't dodge in time, would he be hit. Time passed second by second, and Lin Moyu kept delaying. The undying undead talent had a cooldown of 3 minutes, allowing for a new round every 3 minutes. The insect race could never catch up to Lin Moyu and began to grow angry. A terrifying aura rose from its body. Lin Moyu felt a tightness all over, his hair standing on end, sensing mortal danger. The next second, the starry sky collapsed. The starry sky within 100,000 meters suddenly collapsed, and an invisible force pressed in from all directions, preventing his escape. He saw the insect disintegrating, its body breaking apart inch by inch, each disintegration spreading a massive shockwave. The starry sky within 100,000 meters turned into a black hole, as if everything inside would be blasted into nothingness. Each wave of energy could collapse the undead army once. Lin Muyu's plan to disperse the undead army was ineffective. After 6 waves, the undying undead talent entered cooldown, and the undead army did not revive. Along with Lin Moyu, he was also killed by the intense shockwaves. Lin Muyu's consciousness plunged into darkness, as if he had truly died. The next second, Lin Moyu suddenly regained consciousness. He found himself back in reality. His aura was still surging, and he realized that the tests he had just undergone were not entirely within the Human Emperor network. He had also used his power in reality without knowing it. The formation beneath his feet had stopped operating, and the light was fading. The assessment was over. Thinking of the last scene, Lin Moyu murmured to himself,
I didn't expect it to choose mutual destruction. My full rebirth talent didn't activate, so the Human Emperor network couldn't simulate it. But even if the talent had activated, I would still have died. In the future, I must be cautious when encountering the insect race in the real world.
Lin Moyu didn't move, reflecting on the battle. Summarizing gains and losses and understanding his limitations had great benefits. Mistakes made once should not be repeated. Some mistakes could be fatal. At this moment, the star crystal outside finally lit up. A dazzling golden light shot out from the star crystal, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant gold. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The golden light represented an
extreme
rating, but such a bright and intense golden light had never been seen before.
Even an upper extreme rating shouldn't be this bright. We've seen extreme ratings before, but what is this? I think the star crystal is broken. Could there be an upper extreme rating? Exactly, it's impossible.
Gu Qingxian, amidst her shock, suddenly recalled a legend. When she had just completed her assessment, she received an extreme rating, and it was on the higher end of extreme. The golden light at that time, though not as bright as now, was still dazzling. She had enjoyed the envious gazes of many. Just as she was feeling proud, the night wind god lord had casually remarked,
Extreme is not the highest.
but when she asked further, the night wind god lord said no more. What kind of talent did Lin Moyu possess? Was it really just extreme? Gu Qingxian was full of questions. By the star formation of the war god hull, Elder Luo opened his eyes and glanced towards the assessment room. The golden light there was so intense that it had spread over. A smile appeared in his aged eyes.
Another prodigy has emerged in our human race.
As the star crystal shone brightly, Lin Muyu's consciousness reconnected with the human emperor network. He received his rating. Legendary. Not excellent, not extreme, but legendary. What level was legendary? He wasn't sure, but it seemed higher than extreme. Couldn't be worse than excellent, right? At this moment, a message popped up in the human emperor network. Initial reward 1,000 points. Permission level upgraded to level 2. Then a data panel appeared before Lin Moyu, displaying some information.
Lin Moyu.
Age, 28. Level, first stage super god. Soul, 3rd grade peak. Potential rating, legendary. Highest permission, level 2. Comprehensive strength, 7th stage super god. Points, 1100. Law mastery, death law. Each data point had an option for Lin Moyu to choose whether to hide it. If hidden, others couldn't see it. If not hidden, the information would be public. Each piece of information also had a detailed explanation. 890. Chapter 890. Ubiquitous Information Blockade. Lin Moyu carefully reviewed all the information on the panel, including the explanations behind each item. From the levels and soul quality, it was clear that he was indeed only at the first stage of the super god level, and his soul had reached the peak of the 3rd grade just a hair's breadth away from the 4th grade. A 3rd grade soul quality is the foundation for becoming a god king. This was what Antares had told him. However, the explanations on the panel were more detailed. According to the explanations based on Lin Muyu's soul quality, it directly informed him that his current limit was the 9th stage of the god king level. This made it more intuitive. As for the potential rating section, it also explained what
Legendary
meant. Normally, ratings are divided into 4 levels: poor, good, excellent, and extreme.
Legendary
Is not within the ordinary grading system. It is defined as surpassing the extreme level.
Legendary
Is not a specific level. It merely indicates that some legendary figures, like the war god Xiao Zhantian, have potential that can be rated as
Legendary.
However, not all who are rated as
Legendary
can become figures like Xiao Zhantian. It is just an evaluation, not a guaranteed fact. After reading this, Lin Moyu smiled. An evaluation is just an evaluation. How far one can go ultimately depends on one's own efforts and various opportunities along the way. However, those who receive a
Legendary
rating are undoubtedly geniuses. Lin Moyu chose to hide this information. There was no need for others to see it. Next was his permission level. In both the Human Emperor Network and the real world, every human has corresponding permissions. Everyone can only do things within their permissions. When Lin Moyu first arrived in the human world, he was at level 1, only allowed to operate within his own star system and not leave it. The same applied in the Human Emperor Network. To leave his star system, he needed to raise his permission level. At level 2, he could leave his star system and operate in nearby star systems, with specific ranges defined by corresponding regulations. As his level increased and he completed various tasks, he would earn points and his permissions would also increase accordingly. Permissions are somewhat tied to points, but not entirely. Lin Moyu received 1,000 points as a reward for achieving a
Legendary.
Rating in the assessment, which also raised his permission level to level 2. Lin Moyu fully understood this. In the small world, the military merit system was similar. Initially, military merits could be farmed, but once one reached the rank of general, they could no longer be farmed. One had to personally kill strong enemies equivalent to the god level to earn general stars. The highest permissions were only granted to god generals. Points worked similarly. Once they reached a certain level, permissions would no longer increase. One had to contribute to the human race to continue raising permissions. This information could not be hidden. Everyone could see it. The comprehensive strength rating was a combined evaluation given by the Human Emperor Network based on the assessment results. It was not entirely accurate and should only be used as a reference. The importance of points was already very clear. Without points, one could hardly move, whether in the real world or the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network. Finally, there was the law he mastered. Apparently, the Human Emperor Network did not recognize the Undying Law and mistakenly identified it as the Death Law. The two are indeed very similar. Lin Moyu had never shown the life aspect of the Undying Law. Otherwise, the laws he mastered might have included the life law as well. In the end, Lin Moyu chose to only display his name, level, and the unavoidable permission level. He hid all other information. To outsiders, Lin Muyu's information became very concise.
Lin Moyu.
Level: First Stage Super God. Highest Permission. Level 2. Lin Moyu did not know that most people did the same. The door of the assessment room opened, and the golden light outside had already disappeared. As soon as Lin Moyu came out, he was met with strange looks from the crowd.
You finally came out. Kid, what were you doing in there for so long? Were you sleeping in there? Are you really at the extreme level?
A barrage of questions was thrown at him, and Lin Moyu frowned slightly but did not speak. At this moment, Gu Qingxian shouted,
Everyone, be quiet. Have you forgotten the rules of the War God Hall?
Immediately, everyone fell silent. One of the rules of the War God Hall was that no one was allowed to ask the examinee about the assessment. Shang Gaoxian casually said,
What's wrong with asking? He can choose not to answer. We didn't force him, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules.
Gu Qingxian immediately retorted,
You shouldn't have asked in the first place.
Shang Gaoxian sneered,
I can ask whatever I want. Since you're a woman, I won't argue with you today.
Lin Moyu took a deep look at Shang Gaoxian, memorizing his appearance. Shang Gaoxian frowned.
Kid, I don't like the way you're looking at me.
Lin Moyu calmly said,
I don't like your mouth either. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Speak less and do more. Are you lecturing me?
Shang Gaoxian clenched his fist, and laws faintly appeared on it. Gu Qingxian sneered.
Do you dare to make a move in the War God Hall?
Shang Gaoxian seemed to remember something, and his clenched fist relaxed. He smiled again.
Of course not. I wouldn't dare break the rules of the War God Hall. Good that you know. Let's go.
Gu Qingxian quickly led Lin Moyu away. As they left the War God Hall, they directly activated the teleportation array and returned to Life Star 98-1. Before leaving the War God Hall, Lin Moyu saw Elder Luo again. They greeted him, and Lin Moyu felt that Elder Luo's gaze was different, as if looking at a promising junior with a hint of affection. On the Life Star, fighting was also prohibited. If there were grudges to settle, they had to be resolved in the arena of the Human Emperor Network. Fighting in the real world violated the rules of the human race and would result in corresponding punishment. Moreover, the Human Emperor Network connected the real and virtual worlds, and any violations could not escape its surveillance. Gu Qingxian took Lin Moyu into a special room. These rooms were called task rooms. There were many task rooms on the Life Star, specifically prepared for those who wanted to enter the Human Emperor Network. Each activation required 1 point and allowed one to stay inside for 100 days, making it very affordable. Gu Qingxian paid 1 point and entered the task room with Lin Moyu. Then they both entered the Human Emperor Network. After entering the Human Emperor Network, Gu Qingxian hesitated for a long time before finally asking,
Is your rating really extreme?
She quickly added,
I'm not trying to pry. I'm just asking. You don't have to answer.
Lin Moyu smiled and made his potential rating information public.
See for yourself.
Gu Qingxian checked Lin Muyu's information and couldn't help but exclaim,
Legendary?
Lin Moyu then hid the information again.
Yes, legendary.
Gu Qingxian was puzzled.
What does legendary mean? I've never heard of it.
Lin Moyu realized that the explanations behind each item were also personalized. Only those who reached the corresponding level could see the corresponding explanations. Gu Qingxuan's potential had not reached the legendary level, so she didn't know it existed. Lin Moyu immediately understood that this was an information blockade. It was the same in the small world, the same with Antares, and still the same in the great world. You only know what you're supposed to know. If it's not for you to know, then you don't need to know. Lin Moyu explained.
Legendary is just a rating above extreme. It doesn't have any specific function.
Gu Qingxian nodded.
Oh, I see.
Then she noticed Lin Muyu's permission level and exclaimed again.
How did your permission level reach level 2?
891. Chapter 891. Are there secret realms in the great world? Gu Qingxuan's expression was filled with surprise and disbelief. Lin Moyu was somewhat puzzled.
What's wrong?
Gu Qingxian said.
Do you know how difficult it is to upgrade permissions? I suffered a lot to upgrade my permissions from level 1 to level 2.
Lin Moyu didn't think so.
Isn't the initial permission tied to points? As long as you have enough points, the permission will be upgraded.
Gu Qingxian rolled her eyes at Lin Moyu. Her usually cold face now had a touch of charm.
It's not as easy as you think. To upgrade permissions with points, you must earn them yourself, and only points earned through tasks are valid. Points traded from others are useless. Your evaluation is also one of your tasks, a newbie task. But you haven't activated the task system yet, so you can't see it.
After Gu Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood. After registering, he received the recognition of the human race and gained access to the Human Emperor network. At the same time, he started his first task as a newbie, the potential evaluation. Based on the evaluation results, different rewards would be given. There are 4 grades: poor, good, excellent, and extreme. Only excellent and extreme can receive rewards. Excellent can get 10 points, and extreme can get 100 points. But neither is enough to upgrade permissions. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2 permissions, 1,000 points are needed, and they must be earned from tasks. Points obtained through other means are useless. Lin Moyu received a legendary evaluation and got a reward of 1,000 points, so his permissions naturally upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that the human race's points and permission system was far more complex than he thought. There was still a lot to understand and explore. Gu Qingxian said softly,
I got an extreme evaluation back then and received 100 points. Then I did many tasks and suffered a lot to upgrade my permissions to level 2. It's not as easy as you, reaching level 2 in one go.
Gu Qingxian asked enviously,
Are you really only 28 years old?
Lin Moyu nodded.
Almost. I can't remember clearly.
Gu Qingxian looked at Lin Moyu.
The star crystal won't be wrong. You are definitely 28 years old. I just want to ask, are all the people in your small world as talented as you?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
I'm an exception.
Gu Qingxian wisely didn't ask further. If she continued, it might involve some of Lin Moryu's secrets. They arrived at the task center where various tasks could be obtained. After completing them, various rewards could be received. Some rewards are virtual and can be obtained directly through the Human Emperor network. Some rewards are real objects, delivered to you after completing the task. The task center was very lively, crowded with people. The Human Emperor network is a virtual world, and although the data size and scale are comparable to the real world, some things are different. In the task center, the space is exaggeratedly expanded. It can accommodate millions of people without any problem. If an ordinary person walked from one end of the task center to the other, it might take a year or so. Gu Qingxian said,
In the Great World, the minimum entry requirement for the task center is level 1 permission, and the minimum requirement for level 1 permission is super god level. So those who can enter the task center are at least super god level. Now you have level 2 permissions, you can operate in the nearby 10-star systems. When you reach level 3 permissions, you can operate in the nearby 100-star regions. Permissions not only define the activity area but also limit the tasks you can accept. You can only accept tasks within your activity area, and the task difficulty must match your permission level.
Lin Moyu realized that permissions might also represent a person's strength to some extent. The higher the permission, the stronger the person. In the task center, there are many empty task stations. Whether you want to accept or submit a task, you only need to operate at the task station. No manual intervention is needed. The Human Emperor Network handles everything. Since entering the Great World and the human territory, Lin Moyu felt that the human race was all about cultivation, and more cultivation to become stronger. Only by constantly becoming stronger can the human race survive in this cruel world. The Human Emperor Network and various settings in the real world mostly exist to become stronger. Gu Qingxian came to a task station and started operating, explaining to Lin Moyu,
You can operate here with your mind. Now I have level 3 permissions. When I upgrade to level 4, I can accept and submit tasks anytime, anywhere, without coming to the task center each time.
Being able to accept and submit tasks anytime, anywhere is indeed much more convenient. Gu Qingxian submitted her task and breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, this part of the task is completed.
She was doing a chain task, and guiding Lin Moyu was just one part of it. There were more tasks to do later. This task was crucial for her permission upgrade and entering the Divine City.
Now it's your turn. See if there's a suitable task for you.
Gu Qingxian gave up the task station to Lin Moyu, signaling him to operate. When Lin Moryu's consciousness connected with the task station, a screen appeared in front of him, showing some basic information about him. It was very similar to the panel he saw himself, with little difference. This screen could only be seen by himself and others couldn't peek. Gu Qingxian explained the task operation process to Lin Moyu. It wasn't complicated, and Lin Moyu quickly mastered it. Now he had level 2 permissions with an activity range of 10 nearby life-star systems and some non-life-star systems. The tasks he could accept were not many and were suitable for his current level.
Secret Realm?
Lin Moyu saw a task named
Conquer 97 Meteor Secret Realm.
Are there secret realms in the Great World? Can you kill monsters and level up in the Great World? Lin Moyu wondered if he misunderstood.
What is a secret realm?
Gu Qingxian explained.
In the Great World, there are many mysterious places. These places are often very dangerous but also contain treasures. After strong people explore these places, the data is recorded in the Human Emperor Network, forming corresponding secret realms. Secret realms are virtual. You can experience the same as in the mysterious places. Although you won't get any treasures, there is no danger, and you can get some points as rewards. Most importantly, it helps you familiarize yourself with the dangers in the Great World, so you won't be at a loss when you encounter them in the future.
The secret realms in the Human Emperor Network are completely different from those in the small world. You can't level up by killing monsters. It's just to increase your knowledge and know how to handle dangers in the future. In the Great World, knowing how to handle various dangers is crucial and often determines life and death. It is indeed a very good training method. 892. Chapter 892. The True Meaning of Legendary Level. Gu Qingxian reminded.
There aren't many secret realm tasks. If you see one, take it. It's beneficial.
Lin Moyu nodded. Secret realms not only help him get familiar with the Great World but also pose no danger. Most importantly, completing them yields rewards. Not taking such a beneficial task would be foolish. Lin Moyu accepted the task named
Conquer 97 Meteor Secret Realm.
Upon completion, he would receive a reward of 50 points. Additionally, the task noted that if completed excellently, there would be extra rewards. The task clearly indicated the location of the 97 Meteor Secret Realm, with
97
representing the 97th life star system. Its location was near the 98th life star system, approximately 3 light-years away. In kilometers, this translates to 30 trillion kilometers. The Great World is so vast that distances can no longer be expressed in kilometers. Generally, distances between star systems are measured in light-years. He thought of the god-slaying fortress that if he and Teres insisted he take were to fly at full speed, it would be the god-slaying fortress could not only kill enemies but also serve as a means of transportation. Clearly, there were aspects of the god-slaying fortress that he had not yet understood. Questionable whether he could reach it in his lifetime.
3 light-years is not that far. You can directly teleport there through the Human Emperor network, and it
Gu Qingxuan's
only costs 1 point.
voice came from beside him. Whether in reality or in the Human Emperor network, teleportation is possible. In reality, teleportation requires a teleportation array. The Human Emperor network is more convenient, allowing teleportation at any time. Both require a fee, with teleportation within a 10 light-year range uniformly costing 1 point. If Lin Moyu failed the task, his loss would only be 1 point. Lin Moyu realized the significant purchasing power of points. It was evident that Gu Qingxian had spent a considerable amount, 100 points, to allow him to receive the best baptism of the Great World Laws. Gu Qingxian said,
All right, my guiding task is over. The rest is up to you. I have to go do my next task. We'll meet again if fate allows.
Lin Moyu sincerely bowed to Gu Qingxian.
Thank you, senior sister. I wish you an early entry into the Divine City.
Gu Qingxian accepted graciously.
You're welcome. You should also work hard. With your talent, you have a great chance of entering the Divine City.
They had already exchanged contact information in the Human Emperor network and could contact each other at any time. Moreover, the higher Lin Moryu's future achievements, the more beneficial it would be for Gu Qingxian. Gu Qingxuan's figure gradually faded and left the Human Emperor network. Lin Moyu calmed his mind and continued to study the task system. After accepting a task, the corresponding task panel appeared before him. It clearly listed the tasks he had accepted and were ongoing, the tasks he had completed, and the rewards he had received from the tasks. Everything was clearly categorized. The Human Emperor network provided detailed explanations for each item and highlighted important points to note in the tasks. Each task was a one-time opportunity for each person. Once completed, it could not be done again, preventing the possibility of earning points by repeatedly completing the same task. After studying for a while, Lin Moyu had a good understanding of the task system. The rest was practice. Only by personally experiencing it would he truly understand it. Just like the dungeons in the small world, without personally entering them, one would never know what they were like inside. He also wanted to see what the secret realms in the Great World were like. Lin Moyu glanced around. There were many people in the task center, some of whom he recognized as fellow supergods who had registered at the same time as him. They were also accepting tasks. Lin Moyu looked at them briefly but did not approach to communicate. With a slight movement of his consciousness, he said,
Teleport to the entrance of the 97 Meteor Secret Realm.
1 point was deducted, and Lin Moryu's consciousness instantly crossed the starry sky, flying towards the destination. On the flying boat of the night wind god, a faint tea fragrance lingered. The night wind god drank alone, his gaze fixed on the starry sky outside, seemingly seeing into the infinite distance. Gu Qingxian returned with a smile.
Master, I'm back.
The night wind god smiled slightly.
It seems that Xiaoyu's performance was quite good.
From Gu Qingxuan's expression, it was clear that Lin Moyu had achieved quite good results. Otherwise, Gu Qingxian would not be so happy. Gu Qingxian said,
Unexpectedly good. It was worth spending 100 points to rent a training room in the War God Hall for him.
The Night Wind God nodded.
Points should be spent where necessary. The training rooms in the War God Hall, influenced by the power of the star array, allow for a more thorough baptism of the great world laws, increasing the success rate of talent transfer.
In the Night Wind God's mind, people from the small world generally had not transferred talents. An investment of 100 points was not a loss. Gu Qingxian sat in front of the Night Wind God and poured him tea.
Master, can you guess what rating Lin Shidi received?
The Night Wind God chuckled.
Is there a need to guess? The answer is written on your face. It must be at least an extreme lower rating.
Gu Qingxian shook her head.
Master, guess again.
The Night Wind God was slightly surprised.
Could it be the same as yours?
At that time, Gu Qingxian had received an extreme upper rating, already considered a genius level. Such talent was 1 in a million. Gu Qingxian shook her head again.
Although I don't want to admit it, Lin Shidi is stronger than me. Extreme upper?
The Night Wind God's eyes sparkled. If it wasn't extreme upper, then it could only be the pinnacle of extreme upper. Such talent was extremely rare, even among billions of humans in the Vermilion Bird Star region. Gu Qingxian still shook her head.
Lin Shidi is not extreme upper, but legendary.
What? The Night Wind God was stunned, showing an expression of disbelief. The Night Wind God's expression gradually became serious, and he said in a deep voice,
This child's future is limitless.
Gu Qingxian was somewhat puzzled.
Is the legendary rating very impressive? It's not just impressive. It means that his potential is so great that it cannot be measured, hence the legendary rating.
The Night Wind God's words made Gu Qingxuan's heart tremble. If even the Human Emperor Network could not measure his potential, how strong must it be? The Night Wind God instructed.
In the future, maintain a good relationship with Xiaoyu. Do not become enemies.
Gu Qingxian smiled.
Don't worry, Master. Lin Shidi is a good person, and we get along well. That's good.
The distance of 3 light-years took 3 seconds in the Human Emperor Network, teleporting at a speed of 1 light-year per second, bringing Lin Moyu to the entrance of the secret realm. A lot of noise came to his ears. The entrance to the secret realm was very lively. Strong humans from nearby life star systems could all take on this task. As a result, the entrance to the 97-meteor secret realm was almost always crowded. Lin Moyu looked from a distance and saw several meteors flying out of the secret realm, disappearing into the dark space. 893. Chapter 893. Super God Realm. Not even worth being cannon fodder. The 97-meteor secret realm is located in the starry sky of the great world, appearing like a splendid light. Lin Moyu saw that this light was as high as 10,000 meters, constantly changing in the void, and reflecting the light from the stars, making it very beautiful. Everything in the great world seems to be very large. The stars are large, the space is large, the world is large, the strength gap is large, and even the entrance to the secret realm is large. Lin Moyu knew that the entrance to the secret realm seen in the Human Emperor Network was actually identical to the one in reality. Even its location was the same. The Human Emperor Network is a 1-to-1 replica of the real world. It can be regarded as a virtual reality world. The number 97 represents that the secret realm belongs to the 97th life star system. Meteor Secret Realm is its name. Within just 10 minutes of Lin Moryu's arrival, he saw 3 meteors flying out of the secret realm. The Meteor Secret Realm got its name because of this. Seeing so many people, Lin Moyu felt like he had returned to the dungeon hall. The entrance to the dungeon hall was also always crowded with people, shouting to form teams to clear the dungeon. However, it seems that there is no such thing as forming teams in the great world. There are indeed small teams, but not like clearing dungeons in the small world. Lin Moyu listened for a while and finally understood why there were so many people here. Many people failed to conquer the secret realm but were unwilling to leave. They would try repeatedly. Repeated attempts do not require any fees. As long as you want to go in, you can go in at any time. But there are limitations. Everyone has 10 chances. After 10 failures, you can still enter the secret realm, and there will be no fees. However, the task has already failed, and even if you pass it, you will not get any rewards. The people here are mostly between Super God Tier 3 and Super God Tier 5. There are no Super God Tier 6 and above, and very few below Super God Tier 3. After all, to take on this task, you must at least reach level 2 permissions. It is almost impossible for a Super God Tier 1 to reach level 2 permissions. When completing a series of tasks and upgrading permissions to level 2, the level is mostly already up. Lin Moyu, who can have level 2 permissions at Super God Tier 1, is definitely an anomaly. However, there were too many people here, and the aura was chaotic, so no one came to check Lin Moryu's level. They were all exchanging their experiences and key points in the secret realm. Lin Moyu listened around and found that there was not much reference value. Mainly because he had never been in the secret realm and did not know the specific situation inside. Talking on paper is useless. Lin Moyu bypassed the crowd and flew into the secret realm. There were many people entering and exiting the secret realm, and some noticed Lin Moyu.
Hey, the person who just went in is only Super God Tier 1. Impossible. How can a Super God Tier 1 take on this task? Yes, level 2 tasks require level 2 permissions. How can a Super God Tier 1 have level 2 permissions? Maybe he levels up slowly, or he didn't level up at all and just upgraded his permissions first. That's also impossible. To upgrade permissions you need to do tasks, and during the process of doing tasks, the level will always improve. That's strange.
Everyone was talking non-stop. Originally, they were discussing the situation in the secret realm, but now they turned their discussion to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu having level 2 permissions at Super God Tier 1 aroused everyone's interest. No one doubted the fairness of the Human Emperor network. There are no shortcuts to upgrading permissions. Even if you have powerful elders behind you, it is the same. After discussing for a long time, they couldn't come to a conclusion. Everyone planned to wait for Lin Moyu to come out and ask him properly. Inside the secret realm, it was like entering another world. Here, the ground was covered in a halo of light. And in the sky, meteors were constantly flying by. The meteors would not fall but would fly in the sky, heading towards the distant horizon and disappearing. Lin Moyu saw a hole in the sky, as if the sky had a big hole. That was the place he came in from, the connection point between the secret realm and the great world. If a meteor fell into the hole, it would leave the secret realm and disappear into the boundless starry sky of the great world. Lin Moyu walked alone in the secret realm, his thoughts flying.
The secret realms in the great world are essentially no different from the dungeon's secret realms in the small world. Level 2 tasks are faced by people below Super God Tier 6. Super God Realm is very strong compared to ordinary people, but for real strong people, it is just cannon fodder. Probably, the God King is the main force in the great world. But what is the use of the God King, even the invincible strong, when encountering that person, can be wiped out with a wave of the hand? No, I was wrong, very wrong.
Based on the information he currently had, Lin Moyu analyzed the structure of the Great World bit by bit. In the Great World, below the Super God realm, they are considered ordinary people. Even a half-step Super God does not qualify for permissions or to enter the Human Emperor network. Only by reaching the Super God realm can one be considered a true cultivator. And even then, they are just the bottom layer. As Lin Moyu said, they are not even worth being cannon fodder. Cannon fodder must have combat power. Facing the God King or even the God Sovereign, they can wipe out thousands of Super God realms with a wave of the hand. What use is such cannon fodder? Lin Moyu thought that in a great war, the God King level is the real main force. But thinking about it again, it didn't seem right. He realized that the great wars in the great world are not like that. The real strong can destroy stars and shatter galaxies with a wave of the hand. The real key to victory in a war between races is the top combat power. Only the top few can determine the survival of a race. And everything the human race does, all the settings, the permission system, the task system, the human emperor network. Even the central divine city and the human divine path that everyone yearns for. All are to cultivate true supreme beings among countless people. Supreme beings are the foundation for a race to stand firm in the great world. The human race once had invincible strong people like Xiao Zhantian, who single-handedly saved the human race from disaster. This is the existence that the human race truly needs. The human race occupies the vast Vermilion Bird Star region and has an infinite population, just to increase the chance of producing invincible strong people. Lin Moyu felt that he finally truly understood the real intention of the human race's high level. The idea that many ants can bite an elephant to death only happens when the power difference is not too great. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite a dragon to death. And the dragon only needs one breath to kill billions of ants.
Become stronger. I must become stronger. Surpass the invincible strong, reach, and even surpass that person.
Lin Moyu thought in his heart, unconsciously clenching his fists. His goal was no longer the invincible strong, but the old man riding the green ox. Since the battle in the primordial secret realm, the figure of that old man had taken root deeply in his heart. Suddenly, a meteor in the sky stopped. The meteor that was originally flying suddenly stopped and then quickly fell towards Lin Moyu. The speed was so fast that it reached Lin Moryu's head in an instant. Feeling a strong sense of danger, Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and punched out. Boom! His body trembled, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked, forming a giant pit of 100 meters. Lin Moyu was trapped in the pit, and the meteor flew back. Lin Moyu was not good at pure power attacks, but that did not mean his power was weak. In fact, at the super god realm, power is not weak. It's just that it can't be compared with those races with divine power. Nor can it be compared with those who possess physical laws. 894. Chapter 894. What exactly did I overlook? The meteor was blasted thousands of meters away but quickly flew back, and its momentum was even faster than before. Lin Moyu noticed a skeleton god warrior appearing in front of him, who directly struck the meteor with an axe. The meteor was blasted away again, but Lin Moyu found that the meteor was not damaged at all. Its sturdiness was somewhat astonishing. This meteor was actually a sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters. It emitted a brilliant stream of light as it flew through the air. After being blasted away by the skeleton god warrior, the meteor circled in the air and flew down again with even greater momentum. The skeleton god warrior struck it again with an axe. The meteor was still completely undamaged, turned in the air, and flew back again. The third time the meteor flew over, it had grown significantly larger, and its power was also stronger than before. Lin Moyu squinted his eyes.
It really absorbed the attacks.
The meteor had absorbed his punch and later absorbed the skeleton god warrior's attack. It then fused with its own power, becoming stronger each time. Absorbing the attacks and counterattacking, it was exactly as Lin Moyu had heard outside the secret realm. The meteor's laws flickered, and it was these laws that absorbed the external attacks. As long as the laws couldn't be broken, the meteor would keep getting stronger until it exceeded one's limit. Lin Moyu quickly thought of a way to deal with it, which he had already heard from others before entering the secret realm. Now, after verification, what he saw and heard was indeed the same. The first method was to find a way to break the laws. The second method was to reach the meteor's limit, causing it to explode on its own. However, from the conversations he overheard earlier, Lin Moyu also learned that the size of the meteor varied, and the strength of the laws differed. To break it, different levels of power were required. The meteor attacked again, and the skeleton god warrior continued to strike. The skeleton god warrior repeatedly blasted the meteor away, and the meteor kept flying back, growing stronger each time, until the skeleton god warrior could no longer blast the meteor away and was instead knocked back by the meteor. The skeleton god warrior's attack power, without the Lich General's enhancement, was at the super god tier 1 level. After several strikes, the meteor's diameter had exceeded 5 meters, and its impact force had surpassed the Super God Tier 1 level. Lin Moyu summoned the Lich General to enhance the Skeleton God Warrior. The Skeleton God Warrior's attack power instantly reached the Super God Tier 2 level. The meteor was blasted away again, but it was still intact, turned in the air, and flew back with even greater power and speed. After several more strikes, the meteor's power reached the Super God Tier 3 level. Lin Moyu summoned the Death Knight, whose power was stronger than the Skeleton God Warrior. The Death Knight appeared and blasted the meteor away again, but still couldn't damage it. Lin Moyu sensed the laws on the meteor, which were not strong but had a very magical effect. In repeated experiments, it continuously absorbed external attacks and converted them into its own power.
Let's see where your limit is.
With a light touch of his finger, a Skeleton God General appeared in the secret realm. The Skeleton God General was Lin Moryu's strongest summon, even stronger than the Death Knight. After enhancing all its states, its attack power could reach the Super God Tier 5 level. The Skeleton God General raised its long sword, and a sharp sword aura instantly split the meteor in half. The laws on the meteor shattered, and it was split in two. The cut was extremely smooth, so smooth that it could be used as a mirror without polishing. Lin Moyu looked at the meteor and found that its material was very ordinary, just basic copper and iron. It was mainly because of the presence of the laws that made the meteor difficult to deal with.
A meteor that initially had the power of Super God Tier 1 required the power of Super God Tier 5 to break. The strength spanned 5 levels. If the meteor initially had the power of Super God Tier 3, wouldn't it require the power of Super God Tier 8 to break? This secret realm is placed in the Level 2 permissions, and most of the people with Level 2 permissions are at the Super God Tier 3 to 5 levels. It definitely wouldn't require such strong power to break. There must be other ways.
Lin Moyu pondered as he continued to move forward. He felt that brute force was not the best way to break the meteor. This was also the reason why many people failed. The correct method should be to dismantle the laws on the meteor. To dismantle the laws, one must use laws. Use stronger laws to counter the laws on the meteor. The laws on the meteor were actually not strong. As he walked, another meteor fell from the sky, targeting Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu did not attack but directly released a law. The law of undeath fell on the meteor, instantly erupting with decaying death energy. Before the meteor could absorb the power, the laws on it had already collapsed.
So simple?
Lin Moyu frowned. The simplicity was beyond his expectation.
But if it were so simple, how could those at the Super God Tier 3 and 5 levels not pass? There must be something I don't know.
Lin Moyu gradually walked deeper into the secret realm. This secret realm was very simple, with only one path. He just needed to follow the direction of the meteors in the sky. More and more meteors fell, all of which he easily dealt with using the law of undeath. But Lin Moyu also gradually discovered that as he went deeper into the secret realm, the falling meteors became stronger. He began to feel the pressure. The laws on the meteors began to devour the law of undeath. Although they had not yet reached the point of enhancing themselves by devouring the laws, the effect of the law of undeath had significantly weakened. One use of the law of undeath was no longer enough to destroy the laws on the meteors, requiring 2 or 3 uses. Finally, the law of undeath lost its effect. Although the meteors could not absorb the power of the law of undeath, the law of undeath could no longer destroy the laws on the meteors. The two maintained a strange balance. Lin Moyu knew how strong his law of undeath was. Although he was only at the Super God Tier 1 level, his mastery of the law of undeath was only at 2%. But just relying on the inherent strength of the law of undeath, his 2% mastery was comparable to the mastery of laws at the Super God Tier 4 level. At the Super God level, each tier increase improves the mastery of laws by 1%. When the mastery of laws reaches 10%, it is the Super God Tier 9 level. Lin Moyu was at the Super God Tier 1 level with a 2% mastery of the law of undeath. The Super God Tier 4 level has a 5% mastery of laws. Lin Moyu was very clear that his 2% mastery of the law of undeath could completely rival the 5% or even 6% mastery of elemental laws. This is the difference in the levels of laws. Most elemental laws belong to the third tier of laws, and most super god beings master the third tier of elemental laws. However, the law of undeath, according to Antares, is a first-tier law, not weaker than the laws of time or space. It is normal for it to be several times stronger than third-tier laws. This was confirmed by Antares when they were still in the small world. In the great world, the strength of the law of undeath was further proven during the assessment. Now, the law of undeath and the laws on the meteors were in balance. This indicated that the laws on the meteors were already very strong. If a super god tier 5 person only mastered third tier elemental laws, even with a 6% mastery, they could only be on par with the laws on the meteors. This explained why those at the super god tier 5 level could not pass the secret realm. More and more meteors began to crash towards Lin Moyu, with increasing power. Lin Moyu did not counterattack, letting the meteors hit him. His body glowed with white light, and with his strong defense, he ignored the meteors' attacks. He watched the meteors, pondering his inner questions.
It shouldn't be like this. If even those at the Super God Tier 5 level can't pass, then those at the Super God Tier 3 level have no chance. There must be something I haven't noticed, which is the key to passing the secret realm. What exactly did I overlook?
895. Chapter 895. Finding the right method to pass the secret realm. During the time Lin Moyu was pondering, more and more meteors fell, crashing onto Lin Moyu like cannonballs. However, Lin Moyu stood firm like a mountain or the sea, neither dodging nor counterattacking. Each time a meteor struck, it would slightly increase in strength. The laws on the meteors absorbed the force of the impacts, and even if Lin Moyu did nothing, their attack power would continue to grow. Counterattacking didn't work, and not counterattacking didn't work either. This was the reason why many super gods failed. Lin Moyu observed these meteors, which grew larger in his vision, and the laws on them became clearer. Finally, Lin Moyu noticed something. A meteor fell in front of him, and Lin Moyu reached out and grabbed it. A massive force transformed into an invisible giant hand, firmly grasping the meteor. The meteor trembled violently, struggling desperately. The laws on the meteor glowed, and with each struggle, it absorbed a bit of power, rapidly increasing its impact force. Lin Moyu ignored its struggles and grabbed another meteor. Then he forcibly smashed the two meteors together. Boom! Two meteors with the same laws and similar power collided. The laws did not merge but instead began to absorb each other's power. The two seemingly similar meteors, like lifelong enemies, absorbed each other's power. Within seconds, the laws on both meteors simultaneously shattered. Without the laws, the meteors were just ordinary copper and iron, easily crushed into fragments.
So that's how it is.
Lin Moyu smiled, finally finding the correct method. It was to make the meteors destroy each other. With this method, the meteor secret realm became completely harmless. As soon as the meteors fell and before they grew stronger, Lin Moyu eliminated them. Knowing the method, dozens of skeletons surrounded Lin Moyu, acting as catchers. They caught the meteors and then smashed them together. Lin Moyu once again became a hands-off manager. He easily walked to the deepest part of the secret realm and saw a giant sphere. The sphere had a diameter of about 100 meters, essentially a supersized meteor. Perhaps because of its size, it flew very slowly. Meteors continuously flew from the sky, landing on it. The laws on it were even stronger, absorbing all the incoming meteors and increasing its power.
This is equivalent to a boss in a dungeon.
Lin Moyu pondered. The entire meteor secret realm was very similar to the dungeons he had experienced before. Ordinary meteors were like small monsters, and the giant meteor in front of him was the boss. He had found a way to deal with the small monsters, but he still didn't know how to deal with the boss. Using the law of undeath directly against it? Clearly, that wouldn't work. Even against the small meteors in the later stages of the secret realm, the 2% mastery of the law of undeath was insufficient. Let alone against this boss-level meteor, the law of undeath would be completely ineffective. What about a strong attack? This idea was immediately dismissed. A strong attack would only enhance the opponent's power. Moreover, the opponent continuously absorbed the laws from the small meteors and was already very strong. It seemed to have noticed Lin Moryu's presence, and the giant meteor flew towards him. Its speed was not fast, but it had a strong suction force, firmly locking onto Lin Moyu, making it difficult for him to escape. Lin Moyu did not flee but stood still, allowing the giant meteor to crash into him. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire secret realm. The giant meteor was blasted away, flying nearly 10,000 meters. The impact force was astonishing, almost reaching the super god tier 8 level. If it were an ordinary strong person, they would be shattered to pieces. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. The suction force of the giant meteor was not weak, possessing a soul-locking ability. Once targeted, it was hard to escape. Lin Moyu knew that many people, even if they reached the deepest part of the secret realm, would be defeated by this giant meteor. His strong defense allowed him to disregard the giant meteor. But the problem was, he couldn't do anything to it either. The giant meteor crashed again. Another explosion shook the entire secret realm, and the giant meteor was blasted away again. Lin Moyu suddenly noticed that the giant meteor hadn't grown stronger. From the first moment he saw it until now, it had absorbed at least a dozen small meteors and crashed into him twice, yet it hadn't grown stronger.
It has reached its limit. The laws have reached their limit.
Lin Moyu realized that the power absorption of the laws had a limit. His eyes sparkled as he thought of a possibility.
Since it can't be enhanced, let's see if it can be weakened.
Fusion spell. Skeleton God General. Accompanied by gusts of eerie wind, the gray-white law of undeath surged out. 100 skeleton god generals infused with the law of undeath appeared. They immediately flew up, grabbing the small meteors in the air. The small meteors trembled violently in the hands of the skeleton god generals, absorbing some power with each tremor, growing stronger. The skeleton god generals held on tightly, letting the meteors absorb enough power. If one skeleton god general couldn't hold on, then 2 or 3 would join in. There were plenty of skeleton god generals, as many as needed. The small meteors in the later stages of the secret realm were much stronger than those at the beginning. Their laws could absorb power equivalent to the super god tier 5 level. In no time, Lin Moyu created dozens of small meteors that had grown to their limit. Then the skeleton god generals grabbed the small meteors and smashed them into the giant meteor. Explosions continuously erupted, and the laws on the giant meteor began to cancel and devour each other. After dozens of explosions, the giant meteor was significantly weakened, and its size had shrunk considerably.
It's effective.
Lin Moyu was delighted, knowing he had found the right method. First, let the small meteors grow to their limit, then they could harm the giant meteor. Using small monsters to fight the boss. This secret realm was quite interesting. Once he found the method, it was easy to proceed. Thousands of skeleton god generals emerged, grabbing the small meteors. A game of smashing small meteors into the giant meteor began. In the secret realm, explosions were as brilliant as fireworks. A few minutes later, the giant meteor exploded completely. Prompt sounded.
97 Meteor Secret Realm task completed. You may return to the task center to receive your reward. Note, do not reveal the method to pass the secret realm. Any form of disclosure will be considered a violation of the rules and will be punished by the Human Emperor Network.
Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, realizing that revealing the method was not allowed. No wonder there were so many people outside who didn't know what to do. Those who had passed the secret realm before never revealed the method. Lin Moyu did not leave the secret realm but began to reflect. This secret realm could be taken with level 2 permissions and was considered a beginner's secret realm. The secret realm was entirely virtualized by the Human Emperor network and posed no real danger. Even if one failed, there would be no significant consequences. Moreover, it could be attempted multiple times. In the secret realm, the initial test was of one's observational skills to see if they could find the right method. In the end, besides finding the method, one also needed enough strength to grow the small meteors to their limit. Only then could they harm the giant meteor and pass the secret realm. If one's strength was insufficient to grow the small meteors to their limit, the damage to the giant meteor would be minimal. In that case, passing the secret realm would be impossible. 896.